Okay, it is 2:56 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a third live that is recording concurrently due to the North Everett Precinct of stalkers, fraudsters, child abusers, harassers, thieves, property destroyers, hackers, i.e. the domestic terrorist organization that is upstairs and at the North Everett Precinct office and in the offices of a few attorneys that don't even realize they've been federally disbarred yet, for all intents and purposes. There's some things we're going to go over, but I need to write this into the chat for the moment. This is the third concurrent live stream of today. 2 others should be visible. 6:09 a.m. and 10 something a.m. Okay. We will put this up top and pin it. Then we'll go back to this one. Unit 207. North Everett Precinct, DCYF channels on ham radio. Perping felonies to allow fellow terrorist conspirators to perp other premeditated felonies, proving their intent, coordination. There are some things we're going to go over, and for that, I am going to play a live stream video that I recorded last night before they did a bunch of other felonies to attempt what they're currently attempting right now and think they've had some success with, and what they've already made actionable and will be convicted for previously. So this is the beginning of the 3/2/5:32 p.m. video. We're going to listen to about an hour and 15 minutes of information. Other than that, you'll want to look in the description. Everything that says applies. 10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 5:32 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm enabling the share screen feature with you. Hello, you're looking at the ceiling of my living room. It is 5:32 p.m. Standard Time, Sunday, March 2nd. Remember, it's actually Monday, a minute before 3 p.m. Federal Bureau of Investigation instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized. We're sharing a screen in the first live stream as well, I might add. That being said, I am going to play a recording that's going to go over everything that you need to hear per the FBI going forward. Some of you may be wondering, well, if all of that's going on and it's new, why aren't you reporting it? Why aren't you filing and something, And the answer is because the FBI doesn't want me to do either. I don't know why. It's just what it is. Anyway, on the left-hand side here where we're sharing a screen, it's the same thing as you've seen for weeks now. This is actually the domestic terrorist in Unit 207, North Everett Precinct officers. Dedicated worker, this should just say dedicated domestic terrorist. Anything that says an incognito extension, as well as utility TTS service, utility storage service, spare renderer, and renderer. You can't see that it's actually here. These are all the domestic terrorists upstairs. Actively choosing to show their intention and how deliberate they are in choosing to continue to tamper and obstruct in order to further their aggravated criminal conspiracy / enterprise / domestic terrorist organizations list of looming federal and state charges. Now, they've actively been terminating live streams for days and days. They haven't been as successful, but they've taken to desperate measures. Once this recording gets to like 6.5 hours, there's a girl upstairs that literally becomes seemingly suicidal. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I don't know what's going on with her. I suggested that perhaps she try Valium, not every day, but like at least when she's suffering. And I'm reiterating that now, not even to insult her, which may be how she's taking it. But the reality is she wouldn't need any of that if she stopped doing the wrong thing. So anyway, you're going to need to listen to this entire recording. Let me get to it real quick. I just pushed stop on this, so I should be able to play it. Clicking in the gallery. Okay, here we go. It's going to be 1 hour and 18 minutes of information. And then hopefully we won't need to play it again or go over it again until tomorrow morning, Monday. Okay, it is 4:16 p.m. Pacific Time, March 2nd, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. This recording is going to be going up on a backup YouTube channel that I was able to create, although I'm being prevented from running a live stream apparently until about 19 hours from now. Oh, it looks like Unit207 has actually obstructed that already. They're trying to require me to sign into Google Play services on this laptop because they are attempting once again to terminate and obstruct justice and terminate live streams. For those of you who've missed it, for over a year, Unit207 has had a plan to terminate and kill the live streams, as well as to erase everything on my YouTube channel and to prevent the inception of a new live stream for their final breaking and entering when they plan on physically assaulting me, unlawfully committing me, unlawfully arresting me, and or kidnapping me. Although they've been aware since before they began illegally detaining me and before they decided to proceed ahead with the dozens and dozens and dozens of felonies that they're all going to be charged with, regardless of their positions, perceived authority, or the fraudulent documents that they've obtained due to their aggravated criminal conspiracy that became a domestic terrorist organization the day after they were told in a recorded phone call about the fact that they were all under FBI investigation and going to be going to prison. That also occurred weeks, if not months, after they read via their hacks a letter from the Department of Justice in my email, informing all of them and myself that the Department of Justice Criminal Specialist Task Force was already on the case. For those of you that don't know, the Department of Justice Criminal Special Task Force is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These individuals come from the North Everett Precinct, Unit207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, DCYF, and they are associated with and have coordinated with and have conspired with and have been perpetrating acts of domestic terrorism with numerous institutions they have attempted to corrupt, with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, with my extortionist mother and my stepfather, and they have abused my sons for 14 months directly and with those co-conspirators who they were providing instructions to so that they would discriminate and abuse them specific to their disabilities in order to facilitate the year-plus premeditated and illegal kidnappings of my disabled sons. They became a domestic terrorist organization and segued from being an aggravated criminal conspiracy on August 6th. Currently, the FBI is planning on arresting them all within 10 minutes of any of their co-conspirators and fellow terrorists breaking into my home.
indoor on an unspecified date in the month of April while court is in session, and some of the individuals the FBI is most excited to abdicate from power, that is to say forcibly remove, are in court because the FBI has a vested interest in humiliating some of these individuals in court. The FBI has also said consistently since August that I will be running a YouTube live stream when every individual is physically pulled off of the premises here and the condo upstairs is seized. From right here in my basement. Unit207 and their domestic terrorist organization, since the beginning of this month, have been using my cell phone networks, every device in the house to destroy it, wipe the operating system, and utilize the condo from above my home where you can pick up, if you have a ham radio, their GCYF in North Everett Precinct signals. As recently as 2 days ago.
My radio's off right now.
And they are planning on attempting to, and have already been doing this for weeks, according to the FBI, and failing thanks to whistleblowers and the fact that they don't have any backdoors as far as the FBI is concerned. Anyway, long story short, the FBI baited them. They took the bait. They've been proving their criminal intent and what's deliberate, what's not deliberate. And that's important because right now, over 50% of the individuals who frequent Unit 207 per the FBI are whistleblowers who are at 100% risk of retaliation.
100%.
More severe than what I
100%
and
risk.
if we look at the totality of the crimes I've been a victim of for 2 years as of this month, and in certain instances, depending on which domestic terrorist we're addressing, or co-conspirator, longer than that or less than that. But anyway, if you look at the totality of it, I have literally been the victim of everything except for what they're threatening and being murdered. So I'm going to speculate here that that means that there's at least one individual that the FBI thinks is dangerous enough to try and murder someone. Or more than one person who's been cooperating with the FBI. Additionally, because they are all 100% at risk of retaliation, this suggests to me, and this is my speculation, this suggests to me there's no way the FBI can respond to them. There's no way. How could they be responding to them knowing that it's going to put them at risk and knowing that the people that are going to prison don't give a shit about the law and will utilize the exact same tactics? Then add to that the FBI's own statement, which is that when precincts and public servants find themselves in the situation that everyone is in that's going to prison, there is apparently a common trend right before the big bust, and that is for officers to put other officers who are cooperating with the FBI into the crazy bin for 3 to 5 days. I don't know why, but the FBI said specifically 3 to 5 days.
It's so fucked up, dude.
So,
can you imagine?
There is a video here titled 2/16 3 a.m. debrief. You're going to want to listen to that. It's almost 2 hours long. It covers everything you need to know. And then after you listen to that, you can just scroll up and you'll be like, holy shit, everything she said is true. Look at this. And then you'll know where we're at. That being said, I am making this video and I was going to upload it to the new YouTube channel, but it appears the craziest girl upstairs that's going to prison for the rest of her life has set it up so that this laptop will once again be hacked the way she wants it to, because she doesn't want me to have another YouTube channel, because she's still working like she has been for over a month on obstructing and tampering and intimidating and retaliating and stalking and a litany of cybercrimes and diverting mandatory funds to other places and trying to cover her own asshole from going to prison. And doing so in a way that she thinks is so smart that it will look like I've been doing it all to myself down here. Wrong. You're going to prison for the rest of your life, little lady.
Verified.
Right now at 4:24 p.m.
She's up there right now Monday at 3:10 p.m.
Anyway, I'll be playing this at the beginning of live streams that supersede the one that I'm currently recording. I just needed to create a little update because they've been terminating the live stream so rampantly and vehemently as they're getting closer and closer to the rest of their lives in jail. Excuse me, prison. Jail is where they go once they're detained in the Blitz Suite, which will occur within 10 minutes of their next breaking and entering, even if they're not on the property, or will occur in April on an unspecified date during Snohomish Superior Court hours when a couple of individuals that the FBI is excited to put handcuffs on in front of judges and fellow attorneys will be there to bear witness to the reality of their former colleague. So again, you want to check out that 2:16 3 a.m. debrief, especially if you're being asked or offered any sort of opportunity to join a domestic terrorist organization. For the last 2 years, before it was a domestic terrorist organization, when it was an aggravated criminal conspiracy only, frequently they did this to corrupt institutions per the FBI. Hello, we would like you to perpetrate felonies and gross misdemeanors and civil rights violations and ADA violations. We would like you to steal, destroy property, kidnap, abuse, trespass, stalk, yada, 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 from the Jewish girl that we've been illegally detaining for over half a year and torturing for 2 years. And we'll give you non-existent immunity and promise you that that will be true if you just listen to us. And as a result of that, there have been over 50 individuals that if the FBI desired would be going to prison. There were 27 named individuals in September. And thanks to whistleblowers, that number went down, all the way down to the single digits. Then it went back up to the double digits. And according to the FBI, just in the last couple of days, it's gone up even one more. Someone that wasn't going to prison, that was upstairs terminating live streams and whatnot, is now going to prison.
Hooray for you. Congratulations on
door has
choosing
been closed
prison.
since
It's my
January 2nd
understanding you're
for
still
FBI's
doing that on
instructions. My
Monday.
instructions to not engage with anyone, regardless of their third position, remain the same. All of these individuals from
She
the North Everett
chose
Precinct to
door,
DCYF, to
metal bars.
Unit207, to Erica Owens, to
She
John
chose
Owens,
door,
to
metal
Richard
bars. The rest of
Garcia,
us,
to
we
Anne-Marie
chose doors
Bauer, to
1, 2, and
Andy,
3.
to Ellie, etc.
She chose metal
They've all
bars.
known
No number.
that it was illegal to be outside of my door, to be trying to talk to me, etc., since the day before they began illegally detaining me. At minimum, the only exception is the Owens, who didn't find out until after they did decide to proceed with what I told them was being threatened by everyone that they had been coordinating with since January of last year, as well as my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, in order to abuse my sons, cause them to regress, and again, facilitate their multiple kidnappings, which the FBI says they are absolutely charging you all with as aggravated, as well as aggravated child endangerment, as well as a series of charges involving child abuse.
Aiding and abetting.
Every crime perpetrated against me and intended to slight me has also been intended to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, and the Attorney General, who will be indicting them and arraigning them in Snohomish Superior Courthouse after the FBI gets them first. You see, after they are involved in the Blitz sweep, they will be brought to King County Jail. The whistleblowers will be met by federal marshals and will get to avoid the humiliation of a strip search. Then they will be brought to a nice hotel in downtown Seattle and be given a couple dollars a day per diem, but they're going to have to stay in their room with a federal marshal who is armed outside
Hey,
of their
dude,
door.
maybe you'll get a hot single federal marshal and it'll be worth
Everybody
it.
else will get strip searched. Then they're going to
A
go to
little
their
romantic
arraignment. They're going to
comedy
get their
taking
indictment.
place.
They're going to request to be released on personal recognizance.
My 6 months in a
or
5-star
with
hotel
bail. And they're going to be
As an
denied.
FBI informant, banging a hot federal marshal.
The FBI
That
has
could be one of
stated
you.
They
Maybe a single
are
one.
adamantly opposed to anyone getting bail in this case.
If so,
who is being
I get a
detained.
wedding invitation.
They would like them to sit in jail for as long as they illegally detained me. They also are confident that proving that they are all a flight risk has already been accomplished by their own criminal conduct. And then after they are arraigned there, then I guess they just get driven up by the jailers, maybe to Snohomish County. I don't know how it works. But I just know for whatever reason, according to the FBI gets them first. They get their indictment and their arraignment in King County before they get their arraignment and indictment up here in Snohomish Superior Courthouse. Normally, people of their profession are protected by the Attorney General. In this case, the Attorney General is very much going to be involved in their prosecution, as they've attempted to defraud the state of Washington. They've diverted government funds.
Oh, it looks
They've
like
done
Unit
a
207
series of
manually
illegal
went
record
and did a
sharings,
live
all
stream.
telling people they were part
It's
of the
disappeared.
non-existent operation, a sting.
Unit
A
207
sting or
seems
operation that,
to
according to the
have
FBI,
ended
was
this.
never legitimate and was 100% the result
Oh,
of
no,
every
it's still
individual
going.
I reported for every
Why is it not
fucking
showing
time
up
they
here?
made actionable back in 2017. Those individuals were employees of the North Everett Precinct, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees. You get the idea. And all but one individual per the FBI is 100% involved in going to prison. Also remember, the FBI has stated some people were really delusional enough to think that retirement was going to prevent their arraignment and detainment. Au contraire. They will be detained and arraigned per the FBI the exact same time everybody else is, regardless of their location. Now, that 216 recording we will get to, but first I think that we'll play this one. This is, again, I'm going to be playing this recording for superseding live streams. So this is 221, the 5:41 p.m. live stream. Let's listen to the first few minutes of this. It might cover some things I haven't addressed already. And remember, okay, this is a consensual recording with Miss. If I don't orally and explicitly state the end time, I didn't end the live stream, and the domestic terrorists going to prison for the rest of their life are responsible. They'll be charged for it. Standard time. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Land pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, if you missed it in the preceding live stream, the status quo fighting brief that occurs with the domestic terrorist organization that's been operating out of Unit 207 while perpetrating felonies against the United States of America and their employer, the state of Washington, since their terrorist organization made the segue and transformation from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been since March 2023, on August 6th, 2024, when they began to become a domestic terrorist organization, which is what they very much are, as the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals and the Snohomish County Sheriff's will verify for you happily, unless, of course, you're a member of the domestic terrorist organization.
Unless, of course, you're a member.
It's going to be pretty impossible for you to get verification until you're detained. Anyway, they have their debrief, their status quo debrief, and then they criminally and illegally sent down some of the individuals that are volunteering and actually, according to the FBI, requesting. That's the FBI's word. Requesting.
Requesting.
Well, they have those volunteers.
As recently as 10 minutes ago.
To go to prison, come here and to get themselves on surveillance by the FBI and my live stream, perpetrating more Class A witness tampering, more attempts to intimidate an FBI informant, more stalking, more harassment, and more retaliation. Coincidentally, concurrently rather, Unit 207 was actively attempting to terminate the live stream for a good 10 minutes. In fact, they're actively attempting to do so right now, this very moment, in this very live stream, which superseded it because they believe that they're going to get some of those individuals that are just very much volunteering to join them in prison to come back here tonight and perpetrate a break-in if they can simply get the live stream to not be running, which is why they've been attempting to terminate over 100 plus of them, as they successfully did for the evidentiary value for the FBI, as well as blocking me from sending offline recordings to the FBI from the 11th to the 16th of this month. Now they're all aware, like they have been aware for many months, that the door is going to stay closed until they're apprehended or their third break-in, which will result in them being apprehended according to the FBI less than 10 minutes after they're in my living room.
Less than 10 minutes.
That includes everyone in Unit 207. That includes those of you in Unit 207 that are child abusing, stalking fraudsters who are the reason some officers going to prison because they don't realize that you are actually.
Isn't that so sad? What's sad is how many people are going to prison because they trusted you guys.
All of you will be convicted with numerous counts cited child abuse.
But the FBI says it's a good thing. It's a good thing there was so many whistleblowers.
Happy Friday! Yeah. If you missed it also, every Friday for 17 months, these psychopaths who used to be officers in certain cases, who used to be
In court.
used to be, he wants to get her,
He wants
and then
to
of course the child abusers that no one would have ever given a job to if they had any idea what they really were, which the FBI is confident they'll be exposed for very, very soon, I might add. I've been told with no uncertain terms that in the month of June, I will have more zeros in my bank account than all of them combined have, including their assets. And the best times will be home.
Verified.
June is so close. It is. It's less time than they've illegally detained me. Fools. Fools. That's what they are. Anyway, there's some other information we can go over, but I was watching a movie before.
Remember, whistleblowers, you're 100% at retaliation.
I was ordered to
She makes the best rockets.
Several times that they were absolutely listening to the recording. Which again, if you watch the precinct live stream from this morning, we all knew was going to happen. The FBI has surveillance on everyone and literally said this morning, which I said at like fucking 6 a.m. or whatever to my neighbor. I said, the FBI says they're going to be extra psychopathic because all the ones that are members of the bar, they know that there are serious charges that are going to be levied against them in less than 72 hours just because it will be February 24th. All right, now we're going to hop over to a different live stream that addresses other things that we need to go over. So I was directing you all to go to that 216 debrief. You may not have the ability to search on my channel. Unit 207's just been having a heyday with, requesting to go to prison in some instances, and in more instances than that, requesting that the people that are requesting to go to prison be the only ones to go to prison. And those who are doing that, not me.
That's also true, guys. That's also true. The FBI has confirmed that.
So I was playing the 2:16 3 a.m. debrief, but I'm actually scrolling down because I think that I'm just going to play the one from the 13th because I feel like that document basically gives you a very condensed brief of that longer video. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, let's try this. This may not have the full recording. Oh no, that's this new report. This is new report. Which one is correct? Let's click on this one. And hopefully it's the right one. Hopefully I'm saying the right things here. So this video is titled 2/13/6:32 p.m. New report addendum at 3 a.m. And I'm hoping that I read it in the beginning here because that's what I want you to hear. Okay. Going outside this afternoon. Yes, it is. Okay, so go ahead and listen from here. Unit 207, the men and women up there had a powwow going outside this afternoon when I went to lay down and go to sleep roughly an hour later. A powwow where they were meeting with a fellow domestic terrorist inside of their vehicle in certain instances. They criminally and illegally shut off this live stream as they've done to every live stream today in a blatant act that they will be committed for very soon. It is currently 6:33 p.m. PST. There are men and women upstairs. They are continuing to be guilty of a series of crimes, which is exactly why they are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Far sooner than they're expecting.
And that's the reality. I warned them for years. Okay? I gotta not feel bad about it. Since they're literally upstairs, like,
This is a consensual
Requesting.
Pursuant to the instructions of the federal
about investigations. Not all of them, not the whistleblowers, but the whistleblowers have to act like they are too. As has been the case for the entire time I've been illegally detained since day 3. For the entire time I've been illegally detained since day 3. Unit 207 is solely responsible for ending all of the live streams and perpetrators of crimes that the FBI has already informed them they have no leniency for, they have no immunity for, and that they will be charged for financially as well as criminally. There's nothing more that can be said or done other than await their arraignment. I thought I was going to be reading the 213 document.
Okay, I'm gonna have to keep booting you off if you're gonna make it impossible. I'm not gonna wait 20 minutes for a page to load because you guys want to go to prison. So I'm gonna keep booting you off, or you're gonna let me do what I'm doing over here without doing that. Focus on the live stream, psychos.
But first I need to adjust the title and the description and click on the live stream that preceded this and see how long did they criminally and illegally shut it off for, and see how much, if any, video did they criminally and illegally erase in an attempt to make it so that it couldn't be used as evidence against them, which is why they were doing this. It's this evidence against them, which is why they were doing this. Okay, this is not the recording that I was looking for. It does give you pertinent information. All of that information is still valid. It is the 213 early in the morning one, a couple of hours in, if I recall. Yeah, here we go. So give me a minute here. I believe I have to fast forward 2 hours into this. Almost there, hang on. First week of January 2025, because they think that by doing so they can defend their conference and aren't implicated when a couple of them are going to be federally disbarred. So 2025, immediate action required. It's also filed at the North Everett Police Precinct. Okay, we were there. Thursday, February 15th. All right. So we pause this real quick. It is actually March 2nd, 4:42 p.m. We're making an offline recording so I can play it as an intro for all the superseding live streams. Whilst the domestic terrorists upstairs are actively attempting to re-hack and terminate and destroy my whole YouTube channel, I just finally, after over 6 months of attempting to, got permission to create a new YouTube channel as a backup. And uploaded one video today. The girl upstairs is having a fucking... She's going to prison. So anyway, listen to this. This recording is 2:13, 4:32 a.m. That's the title on the YouTube channel. I am 1 hour and 52 minutes into it because for the next 25 minutes, you'll want to pay attention. And remember, if you want to know even more details, you'll want to go to the 2/16 3 a.m. debrief. That only covers what you need to know since December. For everything to December 29th, 2024, you'll want to search on my channel, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist et al. And you'll see a video there that's just under 2 hours long. You want to listen to that. Then you'll want to listen to that 2/16 3 a.m. debrief, also just under 2 hours long. All right, here we go. The police report that was filed at 3 this morning and posted on Facebook with everybody tagged and was served on the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office via a new review from a new email address I have it created as of the 11th, which is felons in Unit207 @gmail.com. See right there. I'm going to click on the camera here and open this video so that when I read aloud this police report, which I'll put in the description before I start, but I plan on starting at around 6:30 a.m. Here we go, now we're recording. It's 6:29 a.m. PST, Thursday, February 13th, 2025. This is the commencement of the Lenovo ThinkPad recording, the YouTube live stream titled 213, 4:32 a.m. New Police Report, 213 at 3 a.m. Has this about a couple of hours into the footage, assuming we're still connected. let's click on this live stream and make sure we are still connected, although we know that that won't prevent Unit 207 from slightly erasing us. Although we know that that won't prevent Unit 207 from slightly erasing us. Retroactively, something they've been exhibiting repeatedly, and it has been reported repeatedly since February 1st in their attempts to evade justice. And now I'm going to read aloud the police report from today. But before I do that, I'm going to put it in the description so anybody that's coming to the video knows that if they want to listen while they're driving.
Stay tuned because it's not
they
in
can
the
last for a
description.
couple hours.
I'm about to read it aloud, and I don't think it's actually accessible to you because Facebook is rigged up to the law enforcement portal.
At 6:30 a.m. Then in parentheses, 2 hours ish.
Unit 207 is affecting everything that I'm attempting to type on the Lenovo ThinkPad. You have to realize, guys, everything you're doing, you will be charged with.
Don't be shocked and under.
Remember, the FBI said that some of you are looking at torture charges and that after 5 days, tormenting somebody with your criminal and illegal hacking becomes a different charge. Maybe ask the fool in the living room upstairs.
So he's aiming at Hunter. Not today. He's not bored. Okay, here we go. Here's the police report. It's also the fourth addendum to the February 4th. This was sent to all the law clerks at the Similar Superior Courthouse as well as the clerk's department. It's also sent to the North Everett Precinct, the Seattle FBI, the Snohomish County Sheriff's, DCYF, Anne-Marie Bauer, anyone and everyone that's going to prison and owes me millions, except for my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who's one of their co-conspirators. It's also filed at the North Everett Police Precinct, which they'll reject, I'm sure.
Based on their pattern of
Everyone was down on Facebook except for some prosecutor's office as they blocked me the first week of January 2025
to shield the handful of individuals that knew from the get they'd go to prison if they didn't get a whole bunch of other
and aren't implicated when a couple of them are going to be federally disbarred. So here we go. Fourth addendum to formal judicial notice and police report filed February 13th, 2025, 3 a.m. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct. Unit 207 and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal name, Selena Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Land. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendums, February 6th, 2025, 7 a.m. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m. PST. Correcting previous documents error which incorrectly labeled it as third addendum. February 8th, 2025, 7:12 a.m. PST. For those of you that don't know, those are the documents you have to read on top of this one that I'm about to read to you so that you know exactly what's going on.
That's kind of a lie because the FBI said that this one I'm about to read and the one that I read right after it are really all that needs to be said.
Prosecutors and all influenced to FBI. From the Renee Hansen.
So you can dabble into that if you want the full legal
regarding
files.
further criminal activities, escalation of
But if
threats,
you want to
evidence tampering,
shorten version,
use of incurred penalties, February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Quinn, dated December 14, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to declaration dated December 19, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500593, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit207 briefly appeared. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off in a stamping 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement in DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say it implicates. Everything
Beyond a reasonable doubt,
there is
baby.
evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that.
Damn near every day.
Shout out to the FBI, dudes. I can't wait.
Moving on.
I can't wait to see the show.
February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST.
I can't wait. It says it. I'm not releasing on my
broadcast and a significant escalation of evidence.
I'm just saying, I'm going to enjoy the show.
Recordings stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description the threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reasons speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m.
That should say to today, March 2nd, in counting.
above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST. Female phones upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This grab was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST. Female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes. Believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out in conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 is criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally
For the FBI, you guys have already hit every statute required for domestic terrorist
are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext.
Not under
This
any,
is an aggravated
not in
criminal
any
conspiracy,
United States.
a criminal enterprise, and constitutes
Shit makes
the
me sleepy.
actions of
I've
a
heard it so
domestic
much over the
terrorist
last few days.
organization.
100%.
The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety. Cybercrimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations, systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability, financial fraud and extortion, attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4. No immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated. Following unlawful directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts.
You have to keep in mind,
Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
they warned you on the 13th.
Echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same two males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities, and to plan their kidnapping until August 17th.
I just want to expound on that. Let me pause this. I just want to let everybody know this because I heard it from the FBI and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to knock them out.
Yep.
These motherfuckers for over 2 years have been
I was like,
sifting
oh my
through
gosh.
all of the paperwork I've filed in the Polish Superior Courthouse regarding my sons. And literally planning how to use their disabilities to indoctrinate them, to abuse them, to cause them to regress, to cause the only adult figure who has been consistently in their lives.
The only one, and the second only one is my stepdad. My mom,
one other thing.
I used to have to pay her hundreds of dollars to babysit on occasion, 3 weeks after I gave birth to Indy.
Individuals reported for threatening to do it in 2017.
My stepdad, though, was my kid's dad.
Doing the same things as Unit 207, but only for like 6 months. And it was less cumbersome because somebody was going to steal $1,000 from me. No big deal. Back to the recording.
That shit just, it even pisses me off to hear it again.
Deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2020.
And codename Lisa,
Stealing money from each and every delivery I received from all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate
no
legal
legitimate operation in this
They are, and always have been,
maybe a
components of a premeditated.
Yeah, I did.
and
I think they need to
aggravated
send the women
criminal
folks to Iran.
targeting
That's the
youth
solution.
and
That should be their punishment, by the way,
The
FBI. You should
abuse of
send
senior
women
citizens
to
for 13 months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal
Again,
enterprise.
not in any state or U.S. territory. Not in
And
this
a
fucking.
complete disregard for the law. 6, financial penalties.
Literally though, not in this continent. Not in Mexico is that legal. Not in Iceland is it legal. Not in Canada. Not in Argentina. Not in Brazil.
They're monsters. They're monsters. And I do feel that the women involved upstairs, including the one that pulled yourself tomorrow, should go to Iran. I think they should be ordered to live in Iran. Anyone else because they went along with it. I knew what it was.
10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering.
Other individuals were just stupid.
Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent
Verified.
court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts.
Also remember, the last couple of weeks, according to the FBI, have been all about evidentiary value and proving intent and something about shit being deliberate. I missed the part about the intent and deliberate. That's what they've been looking for.
Illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking, 10 million for each and every instance of harassment, $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations, $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice, rejection of 2A report, $40 million quadruple penalty. Livestream terminations February 10th to the 13th, at least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. So in conclusion, this fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children.
I'm just gonna pause it there and point out to everybody, you have to remember, I am not an employee of the FBI, I've only been authorized to stay on an informant. That being said, the FBI did write this. And I just realized in hearing that last two sentences, I think what they're saying is the FBI is going to be charging you all with the domestic terrorism, and that the Attorney General is going to be charging you all for trying to defraud them in the state of Washington and for being an aggravated criminal.
If you guys are wondering, the FBI said that it appears this hasn't yet been concluded whether or not
Because it's specifically
they're
saying
still fighting
that
over
you're
who gets to
still
charge
dead.
you guys with what.
Whereas the FBI told you didn't.
Is it good?
Like,
yeah, dude.
Six.
It's not a good thing. It's like they both want to prosecute you guys.
Sugar water.
I want the serious prosecution of them.
Hunter, I'm opening pinkles. Where are you? I want to pet you.
A domestic terrorist. Anyway, that's just speculation, but I mean, rewind it and listen to it yourself and then listen to my speculation. Back to the recording.
The FBI has already confirmed that speculation is wrong. They said they haven't put any specific decision as to who's charging whom with aggravated criminal conspiracy and who's charging whom with domestic terrorist. You might get charged by both. Does the state of Washington have its own separate statutes on domestic terrorism? If so, then that is absolutely possible.
Dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare no penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025. Time 3:49 a.m. EST.
Now, I don't have any
Okay.
beep. Where are
So
you?
that
my
is the
little
end of
furry
that
bug?
recording. I'm trying to see how long this one is that's running. We are at 52 minutes. I kind of don't want to play the January 4th one, or the February 4th one, but I think that we need to. So let's play that one if I can locate
We do
it.
need to. The FBI said it was as important as the one that you just heard.
My
And
search
I
feature
think
is
that there's
enabled
like
on this
13 more
particular
minutes left
laptop
of this
because
recording.
Unit 207 hasn't successfully forced me out of it again. Judicial notice. Okay. Not sure where it is in this recording, so let's give it a second here. I'll look in the description. We have a 9-second delay here, squad. It is 11:14 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 4th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. Be advised that I am not an employee of the FBI.
but I have been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Now, there is normally a litany of things that I need to go over, and you can hear all of those things in the preceding live stream. You'll want to listen to almost an hour and 44 minutes of me talking in that preceding live stream.
Disregard that
Per the
instruction.
FBI's instructions
But if you
today,
are wanting more details, again, you want the 2:16, 3 a.m. debrief, which has what you just heard, plus what you're about to hear,
cutting and pasting it to try and fit it into
minus the updates that
description
came
here.
after.
But I know that it won't.
And then you want Mystic Quinn versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters from December 30th at 3 a.m. 12:30.
/MysticQuinn.
I'm just gonna pause it here and say that they've been using the law enforcement portal, I believe, to block all of my filings. I don't know that for sure, but the FBI has emphasized and states like every week that they obstruct justice at every turn.
Yeah, and the FBI has
So,
said repeatedly they were
listen to the
illegally
recording
instructing
because I will
people
get to
not
the
to
part
file
where
things
you're
that were
just
legally
speaking
required for ADA to be filed no
There
matter
are
what.
other attendants, but the
false
FBI
claims
feels
they make.
for in the 213 say everything that needs to be said.
That's only you. And yes, indeed, it is too lengthy for the description here, so let me go down to the bottom of it and erase as much as possible before I get to it. Again, you can read it for yourself on facebook.com/MysticQuinn. That's only you. One thing that I do need to state though, even though I no longer have to go over that 2 hours of information that I had to go over in the preceding live stream, is that if this live stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me orally telling you the end time and the commencement of a new live stream is kicking off in 90 seconds or less, the Unit 207 is directly responsible for that, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, i.e. the dwindling department of child abusers and stalkers moving as child protectors. And they will be charged with additional counts of obstruction and evidence tampering and in certain instances witness intimidation for the FBI. And as a result of that, I've started a new thing where I haven't been uploading a photo until the end of a live stream, which my dumbass forgot to do with the preceding live stream, which I did indeed end. So let me quickly do that before I read this police report. Beyond that, if you go to the preceding live stream and listen to me talk for about 2 hours, all of that is pertinent and it's not the complete picture. You'll also want to listen to another video that's here on the channel and you can search for it. It is titled Mystic Quinn versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist et al. It's just under 2 hours and gives you the 2 hours of additional information that you need at present, which the FBI feels is very pertinent for anyone involved in this case, either facing prosecution or blowing the whistle, etc. So you'll basically need 4 hours of listening, or you can read everything. But personally, I like podcasts. I like listening more than reading. So the choice is yours. You have a variety of ways to get the information. And again, I will be reading the latest filing, which is required to be filed in any and all court cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen and or Mystic Quinn. Mystic Quinn is the only name anybody has permission to call me by, unless you've known me since I was 12 or 14 or longer. I'm saving a selfie I took of myself like a week ago, Nerd Squad on the preceding live stream, which I forgot. So basically, if you look at my YouTube channel right now, you'll see multiple pictures in the top 2 rows of my living room. Those are live streams Unit207 is permanently shut off.
Ambush me.
As recently as multiple over the last 48 hours.
I have issues being what's under.
So remember that the life streams about your becoming the impact that was I tried to still close at hazards and grade second minus the easily injuries facilitated by my abuse for a year, 2 times the kidnapped disabled sons who've been abused by the North Everett Precinct and their co-conspirators since January of 2024. Abuse directly streamlined to cause regression and escalation and problems with their mommy directly in with those conspirators. The FBI is confident that we're going to be rolling out convictions for.
Doling them out.
So.
Doling
now
them
that
out.
I'm gonna appreciate the live stream I ended right before this, that I mistakenly did not add a photo to. Just keep that in mind going forward. I've only been doing the allowance of the living room image since February 1st, and that's because they're averaging multiple live streams that are ending every day. And according to the FBI, this is being done deliberately to obstruct justice, further criminal conspiracy, intimidate me, and to tamper with evidence. All of these separate criminal actions from one action. So, this is what the FBI wants me to address in all of the live streams going forward until they are detained and or the instructions change, other than what I've already provided you with information about. But again, if you want the full story, you want to click on the preceding live stream and listen to that for almost 2 hours. And then to get the full story prior to that, you want a just under 2-hour video titled Mr. Quinn versus the North Everett Precinct, the extortionist, the stalker, et al. Then you fully abreast. Are there little details you're missing? Yeah, but you'll get such a great idea of the scale of this that you'll be so disgusted even yourself if you're an officer in the enforcement community will want to go and handcuff these individuals. These disgraces to the badge. These child abusers and stalkers and hackers and thieves and fraudsters moonlighting as child protectors and officers. These disgraces to every man and woman who is a public servant. So here we go.
Keep in mind, they're also a threat to the whistleblowers that are not those things.
25
because
Kenya
they are
also
things.
served on federal felonies via email and provided to law clerks at some Superior Courthouse via email, ADA mandatory filing in any all cases with my legal names and names and ADA. Law clerks, urgent, please and thanks, ADA mandatory file in any and all cases with my legal names, Mr. Friend, aka Lynette Renee Hansen, subject aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against the FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Ms. Glenn, dated December 14, 2024, revised at 8:07 p.m. PST. Specifically note the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to declaration dated December 19, 2024. Addendum in amendment to declaration dated December 29, 2024. Court claim filed August 14, 2024, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons, and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled son after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on
You've
my
had 7 now,
YouTube
didn't
live
you?
streams. In
Who's
other
kitty food?
recordings.
Who's kitty food?
Two, critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2025, I have been illegally detained in my own home for 182 days.
We're at over
Since August 6th,
now,
2024.
March 2nd.
My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. With the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025, I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home.
Same thing
FBI
true
directives.
on March 2nd.
Now, this isn't in the filing that is required to be in every court case in the latest police report, which is what I'm reading in. But as an aside, this includes the previous reporting. The FBI no longer wants me to play that if you got your second actionable breaking and entering.
They're at third now.
They want me to act like you're already dead. Ghost you.
The FBI said they're counting the September 27th.
Okay, back to the filings and police
private
report.
property stock.
Let me rewind it. I have not,
With some other.
nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home per FBI directives. 3, pattern of criminality and fraudulent court orders and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Quinn, issued last year or this year, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy.
Still true. March 2nd.
The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4, financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my son to commit any illegal acts on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling. If they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5, absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators,
including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present,
Or future.
every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6. Recent events. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of the ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly, just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussion suggests it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in their issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments.
The FBI called them a stain
Accountability is imminent.
A stain on the justice
in one
system.
of these filings.
Again, it is 11:32 a.m.
That was their word.
February 4th, 2025. The following document that I just read to you is legally required to be filed in any and all court cases with my names on it in the Superior Courthouse, as the law clerks know, and they were the first ones to receive it. And then so was everyone else that's the person that is responsible for the $26+ million currently owed to me today. Now, you are going to do something you've already heard. If you're watching this, you have orders to make sure there is audio on this. Remember a couple more things. If there's not a picture at the end of this live stream and there's not me orally telling me the end time and that I'm initiating another within 90 seconds or less, I did not end it. Unit 207 did, and that's something that they have planned to do for their final breaking and entering and kidnapping and or unlawful detainment and or unlawful committal, as they have premeditated for over 16 months, which I have reported for over 14. Now I'm going to click on this live stream and make sure there's audio throughout it all. There's nothing else that's new to report. Nerd Squad, the YouTube interface is refactored.
Okay. So it is 11. It's not 11. I'm looking at the recording time. This has been recording for 11 hours, 23 minutes, 7 seconds. It is 5:29 p.m. PST. I'm ending this live stream, and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less, unless the domestic terrorists upstairs have their way, which is the way that we do a life in prison.
Hoorah,
You're
baby.
listening to a recording. Remember, everybody, a recording I made to put on that other YouTube channel that they systematically allowed me to create and then disabled promptly while doing what they're doing. Anyway, it is actually 6:48 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to go back to the podcast I was playing. I'm going to set this live stream to public. They'll terminate it, and then it will be back on shortly.
Any comic is used. I hear a lot of
Or they won't be able to terminate it. Could go either way. A lot of things have been happening with the cell phone.
people saying, I could never survive SNL. I couldn't, I'm too fragile. And it's not for everybody. Even if you're really talented, it's not, it may ruin your life. You know, it's just not a lifestyle some people are able to endure.
All right, little boy upstairs, it's 4:16 p.m. and you just did that. I just want to be clear. You're not getting a plea deal.
You're the longest one that ever did. At the time,
You're as much of a villain as the little lady upstairs that you would love to have shut the fuck up, dude.
Racial said, I mean, 20 years or whatever, you know.
This is one offer I've put out there a number of times. If Lauren ever sees this, this is the offer. I will.
They're actively attempting to prevent me from changing the background image again to further their domestic terrorist organization / aggravated criminal conspiracy. So it is actually 4:16 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's address a few things. One, for some reason, Unit207 went out of their way to just block from being visible like 24 hours of recordings from February 28th, I believe was the date. So be advised that those videos exist. They are on YouTube, but there is no way for me to set them as public. Very likely this was done for the exact same reason that the FBI says they've been doing all of this, to guarantee that they will get that golden ticket to prison they've been requesting, as well as, of course, to obstruct and tamper in a variety of ways and to further the reach and list of felonies for which all of these individuals are going to prison for the rest of their lives, less the whistleblowers. So remember, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, well, you know who's to blame, and so does the FBI. Then remember, should you come to my door, make sure you smile and wave for the FBI, because we're at the critical juncture right before you all go to prison. It's my understanding. Oh, it also looks like they criminally and illegally were messing around with the Spotify account as well. Remember, Mystic Gwen's door is a no, unless you want to go to the federal penitentiary. And I already know there's a lady upstairs that has already gotten her golden ticket. Here, this will give you guys an idea of what it's going to be like. This is Lives Less Ordinary, excellent podcast. Their episode from today, held hostage by Al Qaeda. This is what it's like for those who have blown the whistle that are stuck upstairs with you fucking idiots.
This BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
I'm Natalia Melman-Petrozella, and from the BBC, this is Extreme, Peak Danger.
The most beautiful mountain in the world.
If you die on the mountain, you stay on the mountain.
This is the story of what happened when 11 climbers died on one of the world's deadliest mountains, K2, and of the risks we'll take to feel truly alive.
If I tell all the details, you won't believe it anymore.
Extreme, Peak Danger. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
After the day they took water from us, it's really hot in the desert and you're already very fragile from not eating. I remember at one point I was just laying down and there was a little wind and I was concentrated all day on the wind on my lips, trying to put all my attention on the sensation, just to put my head on something else than thirst. I thought I was going to die.
In 2018, Canadian Edith Blay and a friend were kidnapped in West Africa and held captive in the desert by jihadists from Al Qaeda. To survive, Edith had to dig deeper than she'd ever gone before. For many long months, she had just the stars and a spider for company. You're listening to Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service. I'm Jo Fidgen. This episode is longer than many. We are going on the most incredible journey. To start at the beginning, Edith had always longed to leave Canada and travel the world. But there was a problem. From the age of 14, she started having panic attacks when she found herself in situations she couldn't escape from.
At first, I didn't understand exactly what I had, and I was very introvert, so I didn't talk about it to anybody. I was just always having these panic attacks, thinking I was dying all the time.
Thinking you were dying?
Well, not dying, but I mean, I was having like a heart attack or something. And then I kind of started to understand that my panic attacks were happening when I was in places like taking the bus or going to school or being closed in places. So I started to look it up. And I thought it was agoraphobia. I never saw anybody about it, but I tried the tricks that I saw on the internet. And at one point, it was getting pretty bad. I couldn't even go to school or get out of the house. So I started to take my dog and go around the house, like doing like 10 minutes and then 15 minutes and 20 minutes, trying to be able to do that without panicking. I worked on it for almost all my teenage years. And when I was 18, I was getting pretty good managing my panic attacks. And a friend of my mother, she asked if I wanted to go to British Columbia. So I said, sure, that's a very good idea. It was maybe the way for me to break it. And I told myself, like, I prefer to die than to be afraid of living. And I left. I was only supposed to leave to work at one place for 3 months. Actually, I met some people over there, and I started traveling. I was feeling free. I was feeling so good, and with that, I had to understand a lot about fear and what fear meant. At one point, I was a little bit almost laughing at it. It was like almost at the extreme. And so I was always putting myself in these situations like, I don't care. I'm not afraid. I'm traveling alone in a backpack, hitchhiking, and doing all these crazy things until, stuff happened.
Stuff happened. You'll notice that Edith has quite a talent for understatement. We're going to hear in some detail about the stuff that happened to Edith and to her on-off boyfriend at the time, an Italian called Luca Tacchetto. In 2018, they dreamed up a plan to travel from Europe through North Africa into West Africa, destination Togo, where a friend of Edith's was setting up an eco-farm. By December, she and Luca had reached Burkina Faso, which has a border with Togo and with Benin. They didn't have permission to stay long in Burkina Faso, and with just hours until their visa ran out, they made a snap decision.
I wanted to continue to visit places, and I knew when we were going to arrive in Togo, we were going to start working for a friend, and our traveling would be done. So I asked my friend Luca, do you want to go to Benin maybe first, and then we can go to Togo? So that would just give us one more country to see before we start working. And he said, yeah, okay. Let's do that. So we were a little bit tight in time, and we didn't, these last minute ideas you have are not always good. So we didn't stop to look at the border, and we just went.
What checks would you normally do at the border? What would you be looking out for?
Well, to see if it was dangerous, if there was people saying like, don't go, because we learned later that we were going through the elephant park, the W park. And it was actually quite dangerous. There was a lot of bandits in the park. Once we were going down, we saw that we were the only ones on the road. There was nobody. We were all alone. So we were very easy to catch. And the road had so many holes in it, we couldn't go faster than like 30 kilometers an hour. We were going very, very slow. And the ambush was right there close to the border. And there was no way we could get out of it.
How did the ambush happen?
The sun was starting to go downwards, and we were trying to hurry, but you can't go so fast. And at one point, there was 6 men blocking the street. Then we realized like they were all armed, and we couldn't go anywhere. And they were like, we were starting to realize like, we're in really big trouble. I looked at Luca, and I remembered our 2 eyes meeting and just saying like, we might die. They jumped on the car. They opened the doors. There was 4 men on Luca with their guns, making him get out of the car, and they made us go into the park. So me and Luca still then, I remember Luca holding my hand and looking at each other like, what is happening? Are they gonna just like kill us and leave with our stuff, or are they gonna let us live? You have no idea. Realizing that that might happen there to you and the person you really love, it's really, really like a shock. I think the last thing I had in my mind is actually they were going to kidnap us.
Could you communicate with these men, with these kidnappers? I mean, did you know who they were, what they wanted? Could you understand their language?
Actually, we were lucky. We weren't lucky, but there was one of them that actually spoke a little bit of French. He said, we were waiting for you. We knew there was an Italian and a Canadian coming in a blue car.
So they warned them further up the road.
Well, actually, we know who it was. It was our last checkpoint because they were only people that knew we were going to Benin, and they saw our passports. And then the same guy, he said, we're Mujahideen. We are on the road of Allah, and you are going to help us. And they also said you are going to meet our chef.
Meeting the chef, meeting the boss.
Yeah, you're going to be able to speak with our chef, and then you can leave. That's what they sort of told us at the beginning.
He told you, the guy who could speak a bit of French, he told you that they were Mujahideen.
Yeah.
That they were fighting in the cause of Allah and that you were going to help them. I mean, what did you understand by that?
We thought it was maybe a small organization because maybe they wanted to steal all our money. We're just hoping they wouldn't ask for too much money and go for our parents and everything. We were very scared of that.
Luca pretended he was married to Edith so they wouldn't be separated. The pair of them were put on the back of motorbikes, which sped off who knows where. They didn't get to meet the boss, as they'd been told they would, nor were they released. Every day they'd be transferred to new guards, few of whom they shared a language with. They had no idea what was going on, and nor did the outside world.
It has been weeks of turmoil for a Canadian family trying to figure out where their loved one is. Edith Blay is originally from Quebec. She recently disappeared in the West African country of Burkina Faso. She was with her boyfriend, Luca Takedo. At the time, they posted photos of their African adventure on Facebook. That was in mid-December. They have not been heard from since.
All the while, Edith and Luca were heading deeper into trouble. After 20 bumpy days on the back of a bike in the middle of a desert, they were handed over once again, this time to a totally different group of people who loaded them into a truck and drove off.
They put us in the hands of the Arabs of the desert. We did 2 days going north into the desert. That's pretty much where we were stuck.
What was going on in your head? You've got so little information. You just know these people have arms, that they don't appear to mean you well at all. They have kidnapped you. How are you feeling about what is happening?
Well, you have no idea what's happening because they don't speak to you. You don't speak the same language. They don't have the same body languages. I mean, everything is so different. There was one guy that spoke a little bit of French, and he said the word Sahara. So that was a desert. And then we understood, like, okay, that's North Mali. This is not a small organization.
You were going to northern Mali, which, as you say, you knew this was a different ballgame because northern Mali basically been a no-go area for quite a while. There'd been a conflict there between the Tuareg and the Malian state. I mean, this was not a place that you would feel safe. So if you know you're being taken there, then you're beginning to suspect, presumably, that it's not money they want from you. These are not petty thieves who are taking a chance on this, that you have value to a bigger jihadist organization.
Yeah, that's where we understood actually that they were not going to ask any money to us. It was like they're going to probably try to get an exchange or get some money or something out of us.
For ransom, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. We knew at that point, we were like, okay, we have to try to escape. You know, it's quite hard because I didn't have my contact lenses, so I didn't see anything. Luca said, well, if ever I see a timing, like I'm just going to scream and like jump and run. But it never happened. We never had the chance to escape. I mean, it became impossible.
And this is when one of your new captors says to you, welcome to Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, once we were in the desert, then there was another boss. There was a couple of big bosses. He was one of them. And we met him, and he said he had this translator with him. And the translator told us, welcome to Al-Qaeda. If we could say it like that. And he started to laugh, like it was funny. And he had this lamp in Luca's eyes to blind him, like trying to scare us.
What was it like to hear those words and to realize just what it was you'd stumbled into?
Well, yeah, it gave us shivers. this is Al Qaeda. We heard about this and we're really in trouble.
Pay
and I
attention,
have no
guys.
idea
This
if
is
we're
a
gonna get out of
podcast
this.
by someone that's in the
lot.
exact same shoes
Mhm.
as, according to the
Briefly, before we
FBI,
talk more
over
about your
50%
you
of the
mentioned that you didn't
individuals
have your contact
upstairs
lenses and you couldn't see anything. Just
being
how
held
bad
hostage by a
is your
terrorist
eyesight?
organization. The
I have
FBI
a
didn't say they're
fingerprint,
being held hostage,
so
but they're
it's pretty
100% at
blurry.
risk of
I don't see much.
retaliation. Like they can't
So it's pretty
quit
bad. Like sometimes we are
without
in
them being at
situations that
risk.
we have to respond very quickly, and they didn't come close
This is
to me
life's
because
less
I was a woman.
ordinary. She's talking
So
about
they
being
were
held
making
hostage
gestures,
by Al
and I couldn't
Qaeda.
see what they
They're
wanted.
also a
And I was
domestic
afraid
terrorist
that they would think that I
organization.
was not obeying. So it was getting sometimes very stressful not to see what they wanted from me. I'm not sure they understood. I tried to tell them that I didn't see very well, but I'm not too sure that they did understand.
When you say that they wouldn't come near you because you're a woman, this is because of their Muslim faith that they shouldn't be with you because you're an unmarried woman and so on.
Actually, at the beginning, when we got caught, Luca said that I was his wife, just to be sure we would not be separated because of that. They were always coming to Luca, and if ever they had something to tell me, they would go through Luca. They would never talk to me directly. They were very, very, very religious. Actually, that is why they were doing what they were doing. But at the same point, that's what saved me because they never touched me. Or the fact that they were so religious was the why we were there. But at the same time, that's what saved me also.
How were you treated generally?
It was fine.
It was fine.
Well, when I was with Luca, it was harder. The boss of the guards that were taking care of us, he was a little bit brutal.
Okay, we are going to share
he was
screen on
actually
the
pretty scary, but
6.5
he
hour
never
long
really
recording.
He hit me once.
It's all the
because he
same
thought
thing.
I
Still
didn't
the
understand
domestic
what he was
terrorist
asking
hacked
from
on
me,
all
but
my things.
Other than that, they would not hit us or anything. They would just ask us to keep hiding.
And just want to show there are 976 videos that are not all set to public viewing
What were your
from my
living
live
conditions?
stream,
Were you fed
which
properly?
on a different device reflects as
you were held there
500 and something. Let me
against
see on this
your
Hewlett
will.
Packard one.
I mean, they're beating us every day. That's what I meant.
On the
No, it means you're not
HP
being beaten
laptop,
every
it
day.
says
Exactly,
that there are
yeah.
569 videos set for public consumption.
What was
I also
going on. You
changed
couldn't
the
see a
banner
lot of what
on
was
my
going but
channel.
can
You
give
should be
us
looking
a
at a
sense
post
of
that I made that says
places where you were
3/3/14 p.m. obstruction,
held?
tampering,
They
coordination
were
for
making us little
premeditated
huts
break-in and
with
kidnapping of this week.
dried grass and some
C33609
branches.
AM videos
So it
description.
would be
Indoor
very,
listen
very
to
small.
first
We
hour
would
and 20
be
minutes
able
of
to
this
lay down
recording.
in it, not even
Crimes
sit up,
by North
like it
Everett
was
Precinct,
too low.
Unit 207
So
et
we were
al.
laying down like day and night, me by his side, and we had to stay hidden. So that was pretty hard because you have nothing to do except just talk to the person, talk to Luca, but that was it. Nothing else to change your mind, or you're just laying there. You would feel your muscles just like aching from not moving, and yeah, at that point, like when you don't have anything to do, not even a book to read, or it's so long. I was feeling like if I was just laying down in the middle of the darkness, and it was just so long, and like it was unimaginable that you would be there still like a week. It was too long. Yeah, at that point, like after 2 months captive, me and Luca, we started to do a hunger strike because there's nothing much you can do, but we wanted to try something, and we were going a little crazy, not doing anything, just like that, or try to escape. And we thought that trying to escape was a lot harder.
What did you want the hunger strike to achieve?
Maybe it was a way to rebel a little bit, just mentally survive it and say, I'm actually doing something.
Taking some control.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I think actually it did help us because when you have no control, I mean, it's very, very hard. Each day they were trying to make us eat. Even once there was this boss of the guards, and he put his gun to Luca's head and told me, eat. He was actually saying, like, if you don't eat, I'm going to kill him. I'm like, is he crazy? Luca told me, like, don't eat. They're just messing with us. And actually, he put his gun down and he left. So it really bothered them.
Why were you so sure that they wouldn't kill one or other of you or let you starve to death?
Well, because they wanted to keep us as an exchange. They didn't want us to die. I mean, they did all this to get us into the desert. They had us. They didn't want us to die. They wanted to keep us to be able to do something with us. That's the reason they wanted us to eat. So why would they kill us? You know, it wouldn't make any sense.
So you were pretty confident that they wouldn't let that happen. But before you went on hunger strike, what food were you getting anyway? What were you eating?
Well, me and Luca, we had some food in the back of the car when we got caught. So they took that food and they made a bag for us. And we were making our own food. So we had this little stove. So we could just keep cooking our rice, our pastas and stuff like that. Once we got into the desert, we didn't have any food anymore. So they started to give us some rice with some sheep and some bread.
What nice cuts of sheep meat?
Not so nice. No, usually it was like even the intestines or stuff like that. I was vegetarian at that point and I did not eat, but Luca was eating these really weird pieces. Sometimes there was just like pieces of fat. Or once we stopped having our food, we started the hunger strike like maybe a week later. So I almost didn't eat their food at all.
Were you prepared to die?
As you can see, Unit 207 is actively attempting to obstruct and tamper. Please do try and shut it off like you did with the preceding one once it hit like 7 or 8 hours, since some of you are literally requesting to go to prison. Once the recording gets to 6.5 to 9.5 hours, as you can see in the pinned comment here, there is literally a female upstairs and there's a male. One of those two individuals wasn't going to prison, so I speculate there were whistleblowers until the last few days.
It was so hard to go through the days. I remember at one point,
and this is all that's been happening for about a month.
And I was concentrating.
Oh, and exterior stalking and witness tampering and harassment and theft and property damage and throwing things at my home and perpetrating a series of felonies and putting other people at risk of going to prison and losing their jobs, which the FBI said is one of the reasons why the Saturday before last, they were proud of a certain person who knew that they weren't going to do X, Y, and Z, but still did A, B, and C for the domestic terrorist. There was more than one undercover FBI agent in the building the Saturday before last. Upstairs.
And then Luca was very, very scared. And then he went to go see the Guardian.
And they're in good standing. So are the whistleblowers from that night, even though this shit had already been going on. Per the FBI, they were in good standing. Remember, these individuals that are whistleblowers constitute over half of the individuals upstairs.
And
they are not the things I've said, and they are not the things I've said for two reasons. One, because they did the right thing and blew the whistle. Two, because like I've already said in greater length, even in the beginning of this live stream when I played that recording, these individuals are totally fucked. They're at risk of retaliation more severe than what I've experienced, and look what I'm still experiencing, even after they've illegally detained me for 200 plus days and terrorized me for 2 years or longer in most instances, and in a variety of instances upstairs just since September 2013.
Because it was very rich. So just like
a guy upstairs is responsible for attempting to terminate this one, and I'm curious to see if he'll be able to.
Upset.
Considering
Your
that
strength of will
the woman upstairs was
is
demanding it
extraordinary,
when the
and
other recording that preceded
the
it
resilience
hit around this time period of recording.
And then to opt to bribe yourself.
See, this is the same thing they did last time. There's literally a guy upstairs holding down 2 keys right now. Smile and wave for the FBI, remember.
Very strong will.
The FBI has stated and had me stated to everybody after they all received the warnings and warnings and the final warnings of earlier last month. If it's allowed at this point, it's allowed for the evidentiary
At that
value.
point, I still had little options that it was trying. We saw that it did bother them and they couldn't make us eat. So we were kind of winning on that part, but that's the only thing we were winning. And we were suffering from it, but still mentally was a lot better than not.
569 videos is what the HP laptop reflects, which I think I already said aloud, but I'm saying it again because I'm not sure if it
announced that Edith was leaving alone to go home to Canada. It was day 77.
I was just thinking, like, how can I get Luca out of there once I go back home? And I had no idea what I could do. And I was just like obsessing on what can I do? What can I do? Like, if I'm not with him, I absolutely have to do something, try to help him. But what can I do? And I was just going through that the whole time we were traveling. And once we got to this place, we got to another camp. They told me to get out
Yeah,
of the
they just
car,
held down
and I
both of
waited
those
there for maybe
keys
an hour.
while I was
And
doing
then there
numerous
was
other things
new
on this
men that came
laptop
to me,
to
and they
criminally
told
and
me, come with
illegally
us.
end the
Well, we met
33609
some with them.
AM
So I followed them.
obstruction,
We went over this
tampering,
dune, down the dune, and then there was another
coordination
tent.
for
There was a white tent.
premeditated break-in and
And there
kidnapping
was
of me
women
this week.
under the tent.
They just
And I
held
was
down those
wondering
two
if they
keys
were
for like 30
actually
minutes
the
while I was doing
women
other things and
of
not
the
looking
men
at
that
the
are
tab.
guarding us.
And that's the
What, their wives?
only reason they were
I don't
able
know why I
to
didn't
criminally
think
and
they were
illegally
hostages.
end that one.
'Cause I
But
thought I
they
was
let
getting
that
out.
one go for 8
And I had
hours
this
and
weird
24
feeling of
minutes. So
this first
this
woman,
one's only 6 hours and 40
that
minutes
she
in.
was a healer. And I thought, well, maybe they're just trying to give me some energy before we leave and get me back to Canada. I was very innocent. But yeah, and actually, you know what? This woman was a healer. She was a doctor, actually. Yeah, so we started to speak, and then they told me, no, we are hostages. And the woman I was speaking with, she was French. She told me, I've been here at that moment. I've been here for 2 years and a half. And Gloria, which was the other woman under the tent, she's been here for 2 years. And there was another woman under a tree. She was living alone because she was having more trouble. She was mentally ill. And they said she's been here for 3 years, and she's been like 1 year all alone, and she was not doing very well. Nor Gloria, she wasn't doing very well either. They were very mentally shaken, hearing voices and being tortured by the voices. And the only one that didn't have this was Sophie. Really, at that point, it came to me like, okay. Well, I told Sophie, well, I'm supposed to leave to Canada, and she looked at me, and then I remember Sophie looked at me, and she just shook her head. She's like, I don't think you're getting out right now. But I just remember seeing her eyes, and her eyes were so sad. I think it was the saddest eyes I saw in my whole life, and it really struck me. And then I heard the car that brought me there leave without me, and then I understood.
Too much talking upstairs. Listen to this
I thought it
girl.
was really hard.
She's
I've
lived
been
what
here
you're
for 3 months,
experiencing.
but they've been here for years, and then I'm separated from
Couple
Luca.
of
I don't know
you.
what's happening with him, and
Or
I
is
cannot
it
help him
3?
get out. For sure, I couldn't do anything because I was stuck.
I don't
Also,
know who the
You talked
whistleblowers
earlier
are.
about stuff happening. This is some big
Remember,
stuff.
I
It
am
was
not
such
an
a
employee of
shock.
the
I
FBI.
remember
I'm
for the
just an
first
informant.
week, I didn't feel like I was touching ground.
But
I
I
was
do
feeling
know
like I
that the
was
FBI has
into
said
space.
since,
I was floating, and my head was
I believe
really
it was even before
dizzy.
December,
I think it was
over
a state
50%
shock.
of the people
Maybe
upstairs
also the lack of eating and everything.
are
but,
whistleblowers.
I couldn't stay in like
And they
touch
basically
reality.
are in the exact same
I was
situation
just like
as this
floating a
girl.
little bit. That lasted a week.
That's talking.
I remember I didn't sleep that night.
Because they can't quit.
It was very hard to digest.
People are fucking insane.
Yeah, and then you continue like one day at a time, and you keep hope that one day you might get out of there. You don't know how, but you can't lose hope, or else, I mean, you just go down so quickly. And it's already hard getting through each day. Imagine going through each day with this feeling of despair. I mean, it would be impossible. So you just try to hold on.
Her fellow hostages were a huge comfort, and what joy. They had some precious items.
They put some
What's the
soap
joy?
into my hands, and they gave me a toothbrush, which I didn't have for all the time I was with Luca. But the women had, with the years, they got a couple of things, like a toothbrush. They had a needle. They could find thread through pieces of fabric.
One of the other things that the women had in their possession was a pocket mirror. So you were able to see yourself for the first time in 2.5 months. How had you changed in that time physically?
Oh, I
She
remember
probably
the
lost
shock.
weight.
I mean, I didn't bathe for 1 month. And then we went through this hunger strike. I was really, really like more than thin. I was a skeleton. And we didn't have water for 5 days. So I was super
What?
dehydrated.
No water for 5 days.
And my skin was so wrinkled.
I thought you
It
died
was
after
more
3.
wrinkled than like 100-year-old. I remember just seeing my face through the mirror. I was like, my face was destroyed. I didn't see any youth in it anymore, like no pink cheeks, nothing. Like, it was under my eyes was all black, and yeah, it was like, oh my God, how ugly am I? And I just looked at the woman and was like, usually I don't look like this.
Why would you care about how you looked at a time like that?
No, I didn't, but it was a shock.
Yeah.
You feel inside how you feel, like you don't feel good, you feel weak, but when you really see it in your face, it's like, it strikes you like, oh my God. It was harder maybe on my body than I thought. And my body took a while to get over it. Actually, it was good for when I stopped having my period for like 7 months.
Because I imagine that's difficult in that situation. Huh? I mean, how do you look after yourself when you're menstruating in the desert, in captivity with no sanitary pads, presumably?
Mm-hmm. Once I was with the women, they gave me some cloth. I braided something that would be more absorbent.
You also got hold of a pen. Among their possessions, their meager possessions, they had a pen, which was transformative for you.
Oh yeah, that was a lifesaver. It changed everything. It was the thing that helped me keep moving and helped me have somewhere to go in my mind. When I saw the pen beside Sophie, it was something so big for me, like it would change my life. So I was so shy to ask her to use it. It took me 2 weeks before I got the courage to ask her. And when I asked her, she was like, for sure, please use it. Like if you can write something. We got some pieces of cardboard we could find from the tea boxes, so I could write on that. The first day I borrowed her pen, I said, can you give me a word and I'm gonna write you a poem? And it was light. So I wrote Lady Light.
Light weaves over the water, trailing its tattered train, its ancestral specter. On the river it ripples and wanes. The gaze falters, shimmering, and shatters into a rain of slivers. Over the insatiable river, leaving a face etched on the water. A hand dips into the light. A woman quenches her thirst. For life, a whole river's might flows through the brittle desert. March 19th, 2019, 92nd day in captivity.
I gave her the poem. I was like, this is yours. She was so encouraging. She said, oh, you know what? Keep the pen. You should write every day.
It
was actually good for me, and it was good for them too, because it was a place I could go where I was feeling better. And I was connecting to life. It was a lot. I was talking a lot about like what I was seeing or feeling, like the wind, the stars, the sand. And it was trying to get that life is still beautiful. I mean, the stars are still beautiful, even if I'm there. So I was trying to hold on to that. They were liking it too. Like they'd like to go there also into my little world. So that was good. It was something we had together.
You stayed with the women for about 5 months, and then you were separated from them as well, still not knowing whether Luca is alive or how he's getting on, but you've been separated again from your next group of people who can provide you with some solace and comfort, and you're off on a 3-day journey in a truck across the desert, where you're handed over to the Tuareg now, to a new group, and with 3 captors who you nicknamed Ballbuster, Mange 2, and Sneezy. Tell us a little bit about them.
Ballbuster, he was a very tall man. He was very dark skinned. He looked black, like more than Arab. He was very muscular. He didn't have all these teeth. He was a very good guard. With the women, we were allowed to walk a little bit and to cook, but with him, it was all done. Like they would bring me my ration of food, and I had to sit down. And each time I was running around, he was always like, "Stay sit." And I know he was Ballbuster. It was easier when I was looking at them this way, like this funny way, than to see them with their big guns, and it was better that way. So I kind of gave them these funny names just to make them more human.
I mean, you talk about looking for the humour, because it's clear from what you said that actually your day-to-day existence was utterly miserable. You describe yourself sitting under the tree, and all you've got to do all day is just follow the shade around the tree so that you can stay slightly cooler. I mean, the loneliness that must have brought on you. 6 months you spent as a hostage of the Tuareg. 6 months alone.
Yeah, that was very, very hard. That was the hardest part. At one point, I was even wondering if I was going to lose it. I didn't know the sound of my voice. I was trying to do whatever. I was singing some songs, but the only songs I would remember was the Disney songs. So I would be sitting there singing like a little Disney song, trying to do something in my day.
It's funny you should mention Disney though, because I know that you made an unusual friend in that situation, which might make sense in a Disney film.
Yeah.
You made friends with a spider.
Yeah, I had this huge spider. At first, I was wondering if I was scared because it looked very mortal. I wasn't sure, like, if it was mean. Well, not mean, but I mean, if it could actually hurt me very badly. She was actually really beautiful. She was black and red. She was really big. She was like as big as my palm. She was doing her thing, and she was not like going on my ground, and I was doing my thing, and I had something to look at and something to keep me company. I even gave her a name, and she was called Scarlet. I really liked her presence. It helped me a lot.
Would you talk to her?
No, I didn't. I knew she wouldn't understand. And I didn't want their guards to think I was crazy. Yeah, and I didn't have a good eyesight, so she was big enough for me to see what she was doing. At one point at night, I had to go to where the guards were to sleep. And then in the morning when the lights started to go up, I had to go back to my place under the tree. So I remember one morning going back under my tree, and I saw the web. It was broken, and Scarlet was gone. So I never knew what happened. But yeah, I lost her.
Did it upset you?
Well, yeah, it did. But at one point, I mean, you're used to being upset. So.
Not all the creatures were your friend, huh? I mean, a horrible occasion when you were really attacked by ants.
Oh, and they hurt a lot more than I thought. It was a very bad morning. I just spent the night. I was all wet because it rained and poured on me and on my blanket. So there was a big flood, so we had to change place because where we were living was all flooded. And where they put me to sleep was beside a big anthill. So in the morning, when the sun started to go up, I started to feel my legs burning so much. I never felt that sensation ever in my life before. And I just jumped off my mat and starting to trying to get the ants. There were ants just covering my whole body going up. So I was burning all my whole body, my arms. They were just attacking me. My body was all black of ants. And they were huge.
Supposed to feel like a gunshot.
They were attached to my skin. So I only had these big heads attached to my skin and the bodies were falling off. And each time there was a body that would detach, there was this smell. Yeah, it was really gross. It was a bad morning.
There was a very, very good morning. Let's talk about that. And when a man arrived on a motorbike with a red envelope, I'm trying to think how long you'd been hostage by now, but it must have been 10 months maybe that you'd been held hostage, and suddenly contact from the outside world.
Yeah, this man came to me and he had this red envelope, and I saw on the envelope there was written my name, Edith, and I saw there was 3 pictures and 2 letters inside, and it was weird because the 2 first pictures, it was pictures of me while I was traveling, and I was wondering why they would send pictures of me. Like they couldn't send pictures of my family or but then the 3rd picture was a picture of me and my father, and we were doing arm wrestling. We were just laughing. We were having a hard time doing the arm wrestling because we were laughing so much. And I just loved that picture. When I saw that picture, I was so emotional. So maybe this is a message. So I hold on to that hope that they were trying to tell me, like, be strong. And then there was these 2 letters. They were both from some friends of mine in Quebec. Very, very nice letters, but I was wondering why I didn't have any letters from my family. And when I looked at the envelope, it didn't, like, it was very thick, but you see, like, it was very thin what was inside there. It didn't match. So I think maybe they took some stuff out. I remember the first day, I was reading the letters all the time, like rereading them. I was crying, and it was so emotional. That helped me so much.
Because, of course, in all that time, you hadn't had news of your family. You didn't know what was going on with them. for 9 months, you hadn't had news about Luca by this stage. You didn't know whether he was alive or how he was doing. And then into that,
There's another
date
couple
that
of
you were
episodes
in,
about people that have been
suddenly,
held
you're put
hostage,
under
not
pressure
just
to
by Al
convert
Qaeda, by
to
totally
Islam.
different
Mhm.
organizations
How,
throughout the
how
world.
did you feel
on
about
here.
that?
After
best
5 months, I was
one,
alone. It was starting to
It
be
was
very,
like an
very
aid
hard.
worker that was
And
held
I did a
hostage, I think, in
little,
Africa somewhere.
a second hunger strike.
Best one
But
as in
very
like
quickly,
most
they
intense
sent
story.
me a boss to
Ooh,
talk
the
to me
Somali
because they didn't
pirates
like
one
it,
is
and I
awful
was already
too.
very
The poor woman's
frail, so
husband
they
got
didn't
murdered by him,
wait.
but she
So
survived and
this
made it
big
back
boss
to England.
arrives and he speaks French. So he says, "Hi, Edith," in French. So I'm like in shock. I haven't heard anybody speak French for so long. And then he said my name, like I'm a human. Oh my God. And he said, "May I sit?" Like he's asking me if he can sit. So he sits down and he says, "We're going to do a deal. If you start eating again, I'll send somebody to Lucas camp and he's going to do a video just for you. So you can see that he's well. But then you have to eat." So I was like, okay, I accept. It was the most wonderful thing that could happen to me. Like I've been 5 months alone just to see his face in a video. I would see it right away, how he is. Like I knew him enough. So I accepted. And he said, "We sent somebody to make this video for you and you convert to Islam." I didn't trust him. So I was trying to say like, I'm not really into it, but there was not a lot of place of discussion and it kind of stopped like that. And he left. So 1 week later, I received this video, Luca. And he says in the video that he converted to Islam. It struck me so strong. I was like, I couldn't see if he was actually, it was a strategy trying to tell me like convert also, or if he was really converted and like brainwashed. Like we've been separated for at that point 10 months. Anything can happen.
Convert
But then,
also, dude.
the
Anytime
only
you're being
hope I
held
had was
hostage
to
and
be
they're
put
telling
back
you
with
you gotta
Luca.
be
And I
something
told myself, if he's
for
converted,
privileges, just be
then
like,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
for sure. They're not putting
I'll
us
do
back
that.
together.
For privileges.
So I did it.
So you say you did, you converted, you recited the Shahada, the profession of faith in Islam, without knowing what you were saying.
Yeah.
But you said it well enough for your captors to be extremely happy with you.
Yeah, exactly.
And they even held a feast
It's a
in
better,
your honor.
yeah,
to mark your
exactly. I was just
conversion.
gonna say it's
Yeah,
even
yeah,
better than that
they
because if you're
had
Islamic, it's like
a sheep. I
most
remember
people don't know
having
this, but
this piece that
you
I
should
couldn't
spread the word
describe,
to anybody who
and
may
I
be
asked
hungry.
because I was learning Tamashek,
If
which
you go
is
to
the
any
Tuareg
Islamic
dialect.
place of
And I
worship and
pointed,
say that you're hungry,
to
they
the
will give
piece,
you a meal.
And the youngest
A
started
delicious
to laugh, and he said, "Mister." So I was like,
So
"Oh,
that's no surprise that she
okay."
got
And
a piece for conversion.
the boss of the guards, he put it into my plate. I was like, "Oh no." So yeah.
So this is the male part of the sheep, maybe not the most appetizing. And having made that profession of faith, what difference did that make to you?
Well, I changed everything. Actually, I had something to do just to learn the prayers. It was really good. I had 5 prayers a day to do. So that was keeping me busy moving. I was allowed to move. They had more respect for me. Also, you could see it in their eyes and the way they were treating me. So actually, it was all good. The only thing that was not good is I was lying about it. But I mean, at that point, I didn't really have the choice, I think.
Right. So you didn't start to believe?
No.
But you did start to feel better?
Yeah, just having a conversation, trying to learn their language. It was just so hard, and there was something just helping a little bit to be able to converse and to learn. I was like, okay, well, let's just do it and just hope this is gonna bring me back to Luca. And it did. 1 week later, we got put back together.
After 11 months apart?
Yeah.
How was that reunion? How was he? How was it seeing him again?
It was another shock. Yeah, it was really weird because that day, the youngest left in the morning and then he came back by motorcycle. And when he came back, the boss of the chefs that was taking care of me, he ran to where I was and he said, "You're getting out, you're getting out." And I was like, "What? Really? Like, am I getting out?" I was like in shock. I wasn't moving. So he started to put my things in a bag and they put me on the motorcycle and they put the bag and they said like goodbye. But the sun was going down and he was looking like he was chasing after the sun. He was going so fast. I was just like in my head, am I getting out? And Luca, like, are we getting out together? They told me once I was going to get out, and I didn't get out. They're messing with me. And he arrives where there was these huge rocks, and he stops there, and he tells me to get off the motorcycle. So I was just waiting, and I didn't have my contact lenses, so I didn't see very well. But there was another guy, a little thinner, that came towards me. And at one point, he said something, and I recognized his voice. It was Luca. My heart stopped. I was like, oh my God, there you are. It was beautiful. It was really a very nice moment. We were both very emotional. And it didn't last very long because Luca had to go back to do the prayer. So very fast, he says, I have to go back and you have to do your prayer alone now. Because in the beginning, when I was shown how to do the prayers, I was doing it with the men because they had to show me. But now that I knew the prayers and I was his wife, I had to do it on myself. So I did the prayer. We got put back together and we went back to his camp. Since we were husband and wife and we were now Muslim, we were allowed to have our little space. When he was alone, he tried to escape, and they caught him, and he got like severely punished, and then he was chained for 6 months.
Chained?
Yeah, actually, that's the reason why he converted to Islam, I think. So his conditions would get a little bit easier because it was very hard. But then when we were put back together, they stopped putting his chains, and they said you could do a little space for you, so they couldn't see us, some privacy. So we did a little shelter a little further on our territory since we were husband and wife.
So how far were you from the camp, would you say?
Maybe 15 feet.
It's not much, but it's a little bit of distance.
Yeah.
So the two of you start dreaming of escape then. Luca had made a calculation of where you were being held and where the nearest road was. But that's really all you had. And presumably the captors were very keen to stop you thinking about escape. So they had taken precautions. What precautions had they taken?
When the sun went down, we had to go and give them our shoes we had. And they gave us the water only in the morning. And we only had enough water to last the day. So at night, we didn't have any more water. When we were in this particular space, it was mostly rocks. So, and a lot, very pointy. So it's pretty unimaginable that you could escape very far barefoot without cutting yourself everywhere and without water. So they thought we wouldn't try it, but we did. So what we did is we tried to rescue the shower water and keep it for when we would try to escape. And I tried to make some shoes for Luca with the carpet and some cardboard. We had a needle and thread, so I tried to make him some kind of shoes. And I had a pair of shoes that they didn't know about that was in my bag because they didn't go through my bag.
So you were stitching shoes and holding water, just holding it back.
Yeah, to have enough water to be able to leave.
You knew the odds were terrible. The terrain is dreadful. You didn't know exactly how far you had to go or exactly in what direction. What odds did you give yourself of being able to make an escape?
Well, we thought maybe like 80% chance they would find us, 10% chance we maybe will die of trying, and 10% chance we would achieve. I was telling myself, you know what, 10% chance is not nothing. So, or we stay here for I don't know how long and maybe die, or we try this 10%, which is not nothing, and we do it.
And Luca agreed with you?
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit more scared because I was very weak at that point, and he was scared I wouldn't be able to walk very far. And also, he tried to escape once, and he got caught, and he got severely punished. So he was afraid. But I was ready to die, or to live, to try it, not to stay there. I was tired of just listening to orders and not being able to take any decisions. This was our decision. If we could try to escape at night and they wouldn't hear us, we would have the whole night. Like they would wake up at 4:30 in the morning for the first prayer. That's when they would realize we're not there. So we were hoping that would happen. And we would have the whole night to try to find a big road.
How did you choose which night you were going to attempt to escape?
Well, we had to have enough light to be able to escape. So we were thinking like close to the full moon. But then when the sun sets, the full moon rises. So you don't have any time for darkness. And we had to do the prayers. And the last prayer we do around 7:30 at night. So we had to have enough darkness to be able to leave without them seeing us. And then enough light to be able to, we decided to go west. So to go west and to see where we were going. So we were thinking like the perfect day would be probably the third day after the full moon. And that gave us a month because I arrived on a full moon. We were very, very lucky. Life helped us. It was a miracle because at night there was this huge wind of sand. This is the reason I think why we did manage to escape, because they didn't hear us because of all the noise the wind was making. They see footprints in the sand. But that was wonderful because if we did leave some footprints, actually the wind was strong enough to just erase everything. So we had time to do like 20 kilometers or something. So we went quite far. They had a lot to check to try to find us.
But that 20 kilometers was far from simple, because in that time you twisted your knee and couldn't bend your knee. So you're hobbling along trying to get away. The backpack that you'd stored your water in was leaking. So you're fast running out of water. Luca's cardboard
and the backpack
shoes
was made of clothes. It wasn't the real backpack.
Right. But that was losing water quite fast. Luca's cardboard shoes were breaking up on the rocks, so he was having to walk on this very difficult terrain and in bare feet. I mean, were you not terrified?
I saw that Luca was not speaking, and he was actually very concentrated, and he was not feeling very well. Like, he was very scared. He was scared for me that we would get punished, that we would get separated again, and yeah, but I was just going for it, and we were doing it even if we were scared. And you know what? Just the feeling I was feeling at that moment, at that night, just the freedom we decided to give ourselves. Like, I was feeling free for the first time in so long. We were doing what we decided to do, and we were going west, and we were leaving them. And I was like, you know what? Even if I'm free just for one night, it's still gonna be worth it. I was feeling so powerful at that moment, just like taking that decision and doing it.
Quite a big decision, but walked through the night with your twisted knee until you came to a road. The dilemma you've got is this a road that the Mujahideen use? Is this a road that is going to take you to the main town that maybe ordinary people are going to be using? Still a lot of uncertainty, even though you're well away from the camp. The light is just coming up, so you've probably got no one on your tail yet. Now what?
We wanted to hide in case the Mujahideen came towards this road. The only place that we could actually hide was like maybe 1 kilometer far from the road. And at one point we hear a motor. So he starts running and running and running and running, but we were too far. So we see the truck in the distance just going by. And then Luca comes back to me and he says, we have to take a chance. We have to go closer. So we find this place, and again, we stay there. I think we wait like an hour, and he was hiding until he saw the merchandise truck, and he starts running again. He says, "Run, Edith!" So he starts running. I never saw him run so fast, and I was running behind him. And I see Luca just arriving at the truck and going up the stair and start talking to the driver. And I was just hoping, like, oh my God, could this really be happening? Like, and he gets down the trucks and he makes me signs to come quicker. So I arrive at Luca and I say, "Can we go up?" But this guy, he spoke Tamashek. But he said, "I think we can go up." So we put our water inside. We look at his reaction, see if he's letting us get in. And then Luca gets on the seat, and then I get on the seat. And then we close the door and he leaves with us. So like, okay, he's taking us somewhere.
Taking you somewhere, but where?
Yeah. And then at one point, not long after, we see that there is this Mujahideen truck, and this guy in the truck making signs for the driver to go on the side and stop. He goes on the side, and then the driver of the truck, the Mujahideen truck, he comes to talk to our driver. I remember just looking at Luca again, just like, oh my God, we're caught. And the driver, up till now, he was seeming very like calm, but he was talking to the driver and he was almost looking like he was acting. He was very different. How it was is the driver was on the seat, and then there is his father beside him. And the father, he just goes forward and he hides us. And then the driver just takes the window, he puts it back up, and they starts driving again with us still inside. So I'm like, oh my God, they just saved us.
You couldn't really communicate with them very easily, but you were pretty clear from that point on that these people were going to look after you.
Yeah, exactly. We were like, okay, we trust them now. And it's hard to believe that actually you're going to really make it after 15 months being captive. Like, can you really be free? It's really, really hard to imagine. Luca learned that we were going towards Kidal, which was a big city. So we're like, okay, well, this is good. And each time the driver would see a car, he would leave the road and go into the sand, into the desert, and hide us like he was driving in nowhere. And then once the car left, he went back to the road and drove us. And he did that like at least 4 or 5 times. We called him our guardian angel. He saved our lives.
Wow. So they get to Kidal in their truck and drop you outside a building that's used by the United Nations. And you're safe.
Yeah. Still very hard to get it to your mind that you're actually free and you're safe. They took us inside and they said, like, if ever something happens, there's this room, a shelter for bombs. So you're going to hear an alarm and you come here like, okay, well, I feel safe here. If there's a shelter for a bomb.
You found your freedom on the 13th of March, 2020. And in that 15 months that you had been sort of off the map, effectively, the world had changed. You had come back to the world, as it were, when a pandemic is starting that, of course, you know nothing about. But everyone's behaving a bit oddly. Everyone is kind of touching elbows and refusing to shake your hands and checking your temperature and wearing masks. And I mean, what did you think was going on?
Oh my God, I had no idea. Somebody came to me and told me in my ear, like at one point when he saw like I was not understanding the handshake with the elbow, he said, well, you know what, there's a pandemic and we'll talk a bit about it a little bit later, but this is why everything is strange. And Luca, he was from Italy, so he said in Italy is very bad.
And in fact, Luca went pretty much straight back to Italy, didn't he? I mean, what a wrench. You've gone through so much together, and with almost no notice, that's it. He's given the choice. Do you want to go back to Italy? And of course, his family's there. But what did that do to you?
Well, it wasn't the first time we got separated, and it was, at least then I knew he was being with his family, but it was very hard to just let go of him so quickly. I mean, we just found each other 1 month before and we were separated again, but you just have to let go.
You, of course, couldn't see your family straight away either, not least because you were going to have to go into quarantine. But you did get to see your mum.
Yeah, actually, my mother, she was so happy to see me. And when she learned that I had to be quarantined with her like 24 hours a day in the house for 14 days, she was like, oh my God, we're going to live a quarantine of love. Oh. She was happy to be quarantined with me.
Oh, I guess you were happy to be quarantined with her.
Yeah, it was fine. It was just funny not to be able to see anybody else. I mean, all the other people I had to talk with video chat and everything. So that was kind of strange. You're just wishing like to be able to hug everybody and see everybody. But I mean, the world changed.
Aside from all the people that you love, and aside from your freedom, what was the thing that you realized you'd most missed during your captivity?
The little things I really miss, like having a coffee in the morning. That was like the biggest joy I ever felt in my life. I think the time I got their first coffee, I did a dance. I was dancing. These little tiny things that make you just happy. Or eating cheese or fruits. I mean, so fresh.
Yep.
Just these tiny little things. The richest things are in the smallest things. So once you realize that, I mean, you cherish the small things.
How has the adjustment been for you? Because I know you were warned by doctors when you got out that you may well suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. How have you been affected? How have you been?
I worked so much my teenage years on my mental health. I don't know, all these anxieties and everything. I got a lot of tricks, and I really know how my mind works. And going through this period, I was really careful not to lose any energy in these negative places. And I think it ended very well, since me and Luca, we kind of won against the bad guys. So that was a big high also once we got out. And up to now, I mean, I'm feeling really good. I know these are the type of things that could happen like just like that.
I'm surprised
but
nobody
I'm really
in La Jolla or
confident
Hollywood
that I have
didn't
what it
contact
takes
her
to
and be like,
maybe manage
let's make
to
a
go
movie
through
about
it.
this,
And
even though
right
it
now I'm
doesn't
feeling
have a
really good.
happy
So
ending because they
I'm just
developed
hoping
divorce,
it continues.
which usually happens by
When
the
you
way
were
if you go
being
through
held
something
in the
fucked up
desert,
like
and when
that,
you were in
they
a
don't die.
a
You
situation
usually
that
end up
any
divorced.
person
Same
would
with if you have a
find
kid that
terrifying.
dies. Scientists don't know
Did
why
you
it is.
consciously
It's just
draw
like
on
pushes you over
techniques
that
to help yourself get
edge
through
on
it
the
mentally?
divorce seesaw.
The biggest technique was not to lose
But
any
it would still
energy.
be a good movie.
Losing energy,
I feel like
it
I
would be
just
so easy
watched
to
the
go
whole movie
downhill
listening to
very,
her
very
talk.
fast. So I was being very careful of that.
The
not
Somali
to
pirate
start
one, though, is
hating
even more intense.
these people. I mean, because it
her
was not
husband
going to
got
change
murdered
my
by them.
situation, and that takes a lot of energy. So I decided to just not go on that path. Also being afraid, I try not to go on that path either, because this is something that takes a lot of energy, and it's not going to change what's happening. So I was always being careful of what energy I was taking. And the energy I was taking was just to go through the day and not go crazy. So I remember like each day I was telling myself, okay, this is one day closer of me getting out, or me like just leaving this place or dying. Or so each day I was like, just go through this day. Don't think of tomorrow. Just go through a day, and then you'll see tomorrow.
I wonder if you see a connection with your agoraphobia as a young person and the way you dealt with that. This kind of, I will beat this, I will, walk for 10 minutes around the house, then 15 minutes, then 20 minutes. I will find a way to cope with this fear.
Yeah, I remember when I was in my teenage years, I was feeling very weak, but at the same time, I was like, I'm strong, because I was getting over it. So I was like, I'm weak and I'm strong. But now I understand, like, I wasn't weak. And that actually helped me through my life.
And how's Luca? Are you in contact?
Yeah, we keep contact. He's doing very well. I remember when I met him, he was always saying, because he was living close to Venice, he's saying, I just would love to live in the mountains and Italian mountains. And he was talking to me about it like for years. And once he got out of the desert, he just right away, he went, and he's living right now in the mountains, and he's super happy. Yeah.
Good. And what about the women that you were held hostage with for 5 months? What of them?
Actually, there was one that sadly got executed, but the other two women, Sophie Petrana, she got out, I think, in the month of October of last year. That was such a joy. We were in contact with her son. And then when she did get out, I mean, I was in Jasper in the Rocky Mountains at that point, and I was with my family, and we were just screaming like, oh my God, it was crazy. And not long ago, Gloria got out. Whenever she's ready, she could call me, but I can't wait to talk to her. But she just got out.
Well, that's fabulous news.
Yeah.
How do you feel now about your captors?
I mean, at first, when we got put with the first group that was taking, guarding us, there was a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, like with their big guns. Man, they're brainwashed, very young. They don't understand they're doing something wrong. They think the mission is asked by Allah. They think they're doing the right thing. They're bringing you food each day. I mean, it's very dangerous because they think they're doing something good. It's kind of scary.
What about the people who are organizing them? What about the people in charge?
They know what they're doing, I think. And they're more the bad people. I don't hate them because I don't want to go into a dark place, but I don't have much respect for them.
Do you feel stronger now than you did before you went traveling?
Yeah, as I was feeling stronger once I went through my phobia, and now I feel stronger that I managed to go through that also. And I try to use all these techniques not to lose my mind, and I think it did actually work because I'm feeling pretty good.
Just back from traveling, I understand, although not in dangerous places.
No, I'm traveling in Canada right now. I'm not going to go to these dangerous places. I pushed myself to my limits, and I touched them, so I'm not looking for them anymore. I'm more calm.
Edith Blay, 15 months a hostage of Al Qaeda before managing to escape. We spoke in 2021. Edith went on to do what her fellow hostage suggested she do and wrote a book which includes many of the poems she composed in captivity. It's called
add that to
The
my
Weight
buy
of
list.
Sand.
I like
If
the
you
little
enjoyed this
excerpt of the
episode,
poetry.
please do rate us and share the story with a friend. It really helps get the word out. You can also send us your comments or tell us about your own extraordinary story by emailing us liveslessordinary@bbc.co.uk or contact us via WhatsApp. The number is in our show notes. Thanks for your company today. I'm Jo Fidgen. The producer was Katie Takatsuki and our editor is Rebecca Vincent. See you next time.
I'm Natalia Melman-Petrozella, and from the BBC, this is Extreme, Peak Danger.
The most beautiful mountain in the world.
If you die on the mountain, you stay on the mountain.
This is the story of what happened when 11 climbers died on one of the world's deadliest mountains, K2, and of the risks we'll take to feel truly alive.
If I tell all the details, you won't believe it anymore.
Extreme, Peak Danger. Listen wherever you podcast.
High Five Casino is the
Unit 207 won't let me listen to Quentin Tarantino's podcast.
The Video Archives podcast with Quentin Tarantino and Roger Avery is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds.
Hello, everybody. It's Quentin Tarantino, and you've tuned in to my podcast on my soundtrack album, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So sit back and listen as I talk with David Wild about all the different tunes that you can find on my double album set. Enjoy, and here we go. Take it away, Dave.
This soundtrack is, you set a very high standard for yourself. You have 8 previous greatest hits in terms of soundtracks. But how excited are you about this soundtrack?
I'm really excited by it. What's happened is, like, in the last, especially the last 2 soundtracks that I did, this one and Hateful Eight, in both cases, I started kind of patterning them off of soundtracks that I liked. And, like, for instance, in the case of, like, Hateful Eight, a soundtrack, not the record itself, but the package, one of my favorite soundtrack packages, not the music in the movie, but buying the record itself, was the Electric Light and Blue soundtrack. All right, which was, like, you can get them for 99 cents at some places.
They were in every cutout bin in my entire childhood.
It's like a 3-record set. There was, like, 3 posters in it. There's the poster of Blake at Monument Valley. There's the poster of him standing alongside the other highway patrol guys, the motorcycle cops. And then there's, like, just a diagram poster of the components of the Electric Glide motorcycle. Yeah, and you got a full-color booklet with it. So when I did Hateful Eight, I was like, okay, I kind of really want to do the Electric Light and Blue soundtrack, except with better music. But we had, like, a color booklet. We had 3 different posters. There was a 3 that you could put the album on the wall if you wanted. It was really cool. So with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I've been working on this for a long time. So along the way, I kind of had other music selected for a lot of the bits, kind of making it out of my own little tape and thinking that this would be what I would choose the music from when I got around to making the movie, somewhere down the line. So that's, so for 3 years, I'm thinking I'm going to do something else with it, music-wise. Just a different collection of songs. But
one little domestic terrorist is grumpy
the
and
idea
leaving.
that KHJ
Bye-bye.
Radio would be playing throughout it, because that's kind of what it was like in 1969 and 1964 and 1974. That was what it was like in Southern California. You listened to the radio all the time.
No more scary
You
domestic
didn't turn around looking
terrorists
for stations for
idling
other songs. You didn't turn it down when the commercials came on. You just talked over them. So I knew I wanted to do that. And I liked the idea of the DJs being kind of like period narrators. So then it came time to get some KHJ actual disc jockey recordings of that time. We hired our research guys to find this stuff, and they came back with about, like, 17 hours, more or less, about 17 hours of KHJ programming from, like, between 68 and 69. And no, by the way, none of this is like from the KHJ archives. There's no radio that keeps archives of their shows. This is literally just somebody from 1969 who likes KHJ, got a tape recorder, they're hitting play, record, and then they record an hour of the Charlie Tuna show, or they record an hour of the Robert W. Morgan show. And so I've got a few different hours of Humble Harv, the lowrider DJ, a few hours of the real Don Steele, a few hours of Robert W. Morgan, Scotty Brink, Johnny Williams, those guys. And so I started listening. And I started indoctrinating myself, reminding myself what it was like. And then after hearing so many of them and getting it in my DNA, and we played it all the time. We played it on the set. We played them in the location van when we were traveling around looking for locations. We're playing these KHJ things. And I'm getting used to the commercials and stuff. After I got indoctrinated with it, I knew, okay, I can't use, if it's coming from the radio, I can't use any song that's not in these 17 hours. I need a song. It needs to have an intro. It needs to have an outro, whether I use it or not, and it needs to have been played on KHJ. But one of the things that I learned, and I guess I kind of knew it, but I didn't know it, is KHJ kind of had a sound. Very comparable. It's different, but comparable to what the KROQ sound was in the early 80s. And just like KROQ, where it became very popular in California, other stations started trying to buy that format, and then do that format but for Cleveland, do that format but for Knoxville. Same thing happened with KHJ, and it was very interesting on KHJ because they had a newsletter that they had their KHJ Top 40, and their Top 40 wasn't based on the Billboard Top 40. It was a weird they were that powerful. It was a weird combination of the Billboard Top 40 and what the KHJ listeners called them up asking for, what the record stores in Los Angeles were reporting, and then even just kind of what the KHJ people felt themselves. So it was a weird mix of all those. But one of the things was I didn't realize until I started listening to all these tapes the kind of difference, to the extent that I figured it out. I didn't realize the extent of how you could have a Los Angeles hit, how you could have an LA hit, but that doesn't mean that it necessarily went national. And in a weird way, that was highlighted by listening to what was popular on KHJ. And what I mean by that is this, okay, if you get a Box Tops greatest hits, I had that Rhino record since 85 or when it came out, okay? But the Box Tops greatest hits, well, I know two of them, The Letter and Cry Like a Baby. Well, that's
maybe I met her in church.
Yeah, maybe I met her in church. But that shows you kind of how wrong I am, because in those 2 years, I'm hearing all these Box Top songs on the KHJ. I'm hearing Sweet Cream Ladies, Choo Choo Train, I Shall Be Released, Neon Rainbow. They're playing them all. And so the thing is, it could be a Los Angeles hit. It could do really well in Los Angeles. It could do really well in a few other markets, but it didn't make the break to a national hit. Now, I theoretically have always understood that, but this highlighted it in an interesting way. And so while I have big songs on the soundtrack, I found myself gravitating more towards the songs that I really dug, that really kind of got across that Southern California KHJ sound, but were primarily hits for the Los Angeles area and didn't necessarily break out nationwide.
Your choices are not like the standard, let's pick what's been in 1460.
Yeah.
You do quite the opposite.
Well, how that actually ended up happening in this one was, like I said, I had a whole playbook that I threw out once I actually got the KHJ tapes. And so I listened to all of them. So I listened to all 17 hours or whatever. So I listened to each one of them and I would write down, and there was no chapter thing. See, if I had to fast forward, I had to literally just hit fast forward and just wait forever. So I wrote down what's on every one of them. Okay, every interesting commercial, every interesting song, every intro, outro, stupid contest bit, whatever. So I had a record of what was on all of them. And then I kind of made the best stuff tape. I made a 3-hour tape that lumped all the DJs together. So like all the Charlie Tuna stuff was with him, and all the Real Don Steele, all the Robert W. Morgans, and it was all my favorite commercials and all my favorite songs and all my favorite intros and outros and contest bits or whatever. And so that was kind of my Bible. Now, from inside of this is what I would put in the movie, whether it made it in the soundtrack or not. This would be the soundscape made from that 3-hour cassette tape. Now, I also have the other stuff. So if I needed something else that's not in there, I could always go back to it. But, I was working from building it off of this one little cassette tape that I made. Once I realized I was going to have this much radio stuff in here, and I wanted to actually have some of the commercials, and I wanted to actually have the DJs be sort of like period narrators. And then for a couple of sections, I wanted to actually just recreate that little cassette tape that I made. Then I realized, oh, well, this is like the American Graffiti soundtrack then, which I loved. I was really into 50s music at that time. And then when I got the American Graffiti soundtrack, it was like, whoa. It was like my collection just went quadrupled, all right, just by buying one album. And it really kind of gave you the feeling of the movie. It didn't sound like masters. It sounded like the records were being recorded off the radio, which was a cool thing. And, and it was punctuated with Wolfman Jack bits from the movie. So I go, well, they haven't done that in a long time. And I think we can maybe go even a little further in that. We can really recreate some of this KHJ stuff. And so then that became kind of my soundtrack guide to this album.
Growing up, what were the first soundtracks that you remember hitting you hard? Because I think I'm a couple years older, and when I think back, maybe it was, Saturday Night Fever or something, but I don't know what were the soundtracks that hit you first and made you realize what a movie could sound like?
I mean, if you're talking about like me buying a record at 13 or 14 or 15 or something like that, it's probably because there was like a couple of really good songs in the movie and I wanted them, so I got the soundtrack album. Everybody in the world had the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. Personally, this is the way.
Bet, dude. I'm surprised
I'm always the guy, Everyone else is liking the Beatles. I like the Dave Clark Five.
Who made a pretty good movie.
Yes, they made a damn good movie. All right. So while everyone else was really into the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, I was really into the Thank God It's Friday soundtrack.
Well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to run through this album and talk about some just track by track a little bit, if that's okay.
Hello, and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm Shelby Novak, and I'm here to read you some true stories sent in by your fellow listeners. I won't talk in length about the wildfires here in Los Angeles. I'm very tired and very heartbroken, but I knew that
Creepy as fuck, dude, to go from Quentin Tarantino to that shit. Back to the Quentin Tarantino podcast. Side A.
Treat Her Right. Yeah. We're talking, let's start side A on the vinyl. Side A, Treat Her Right. Roy Head, one of the interesting things about Roy Head, it made me think, there's a description used to be very popular of calling people blue-eyed souls.
Yeah.
And I realized you were a very blue-eyed, soulful filmmaker.
Yeah, I am.
You are, you were like, you're like Felix Cavallari of the Rascals as a filmmaker. You really can pull it off soulfully.
Thank you.
But tell me about that track.
It's one of the biggest placements in the movie. It's one of the better cut together songs with the imagery, and it's actually fairly random. All right, how it ended up there. I've always liked the song, and I like Roy Head. I like all his soul man stuff even more than the lyrics of the song. My man, that stuff is great. You're looking good. So I had planned a much more elaborate opening credit sequence, and I was going to do it to a different song. Actually, I was going to do it to the 5-man electrical band's absolutely right.
Oh, like you're always one off from the number one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so forever, that's what I'd kind of planned to do. However, when it came time to shoot the stuff where it's from the opening credit sequence where it's Sharon and Roman on the Pan Am plane, in the little cocktail lounge area of the Pan Am plane, and she's dancing. For whatever reason, I chose Treat Her Right for Sharon to dance to. And I can't tell if my idea for the opening credit sequence just got too elaborate that I didn't want to deal with it. I was like, it became a thing I kept putting off and putting off and putting off. But finally, one day we just showed up at work. I go, let's forget about all this other stuff we were going to do. Let's just take the footage we have and cut it to Treat Her Right and see how we like it. When we put it together, it was so bam. It was so right on and dun, 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 dun. It was just making the points. And it was so exciting that we had to watch it like 5 times in a row because it was just every time it was over, we wanted to watch it again. And it became the thing that we waited for in screenings was the way it started it off. So it's interesting. After almost everything in the movie is far more planned than Treat Her Right. It was just kind of thrown in at the last minute and it ended up working. So we went with it.
The second track is not a Bob Seger, hit that everyone remembers, but early Bob Seger when it was the Bob Seger system. I love that there was a system. It was not even, it wasn't the Bob Seger experience or project. It was the system, which and Rambling Gambling Man, which is became a live classic for him always. But this is like going back to the beginning.
No, I remember even actually what I showed Elvis Mitchell, who's from Detroit. What I showed him in the movie goes, I didn't know Rambling Gambling Man ever played outside of Detroit. Yes, we don't have it with a DJ outro or intro, but I'm used to hearing it that way. So it's like every time I play it, I hear the real Don Steele wrapping it up. It's like a phantom limb because we didn't use it in the thing, but I always hear it in my head. It's just a terrific song. And it's one of those situations though where the section in the movie shows Brad Pitt's character Cliff Booth driving his Carmen Ghia from Hollywood to Panorama City where he lives. And you see his progress. So you see him driving down the Hollywood Hills and Summertime by Mungo Jerry, I think is playing. And then you see him on Hollywood Boulevard and Joe Cocker, The Letter is playing. So I didn't want to put all 3 of those songs. So I wanted one song to represent the drive. And I tried to lean more towards the songs that I liked the most that were the least famous in those kind of instances. But I figured you could get those other 2 songs anywhere. But Rambling Gambling Man, and also it just again it worked good. It worked good as the second cut.
Absolutely great track. And I don't know if you know this, Bob Seger, like the early Bob Seger records, he's like for years tried to keep them out of print.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so it's kind of great. Any chance to sort of remind people, no, he started pretty great.
Yeah.
When he was just Detroit's Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Before Bruce Springsteen was everyone's Bruce Springsteen.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah.
The first of the Boss Radio DJs who on here is Humble Harv.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what he means to you?
I grew up in Los Angeles, and especially as I got older, I was like more geared towards listening to oldies kind of stations, at 13, 14, 15, 16. The time that this movie takes place, I'm 6 or 7. And I didn't listen to K-Earth, which is the normal oldie station. I listened to KRLA, which was owned by Art LeBeau. And he used to have the show in Los Angeles for decades. It was on at night, and it was the Art LeBeau request show. It was like 3 hours or something. And he particularly had, because he's just like this old white guy. There's nothing hip about him. I mean, other than he likes really groovy music, but there's not a hip sound to his voice. He didn't have a humble harp kind of patter. I mean, at least like your uncle. If your uncle's a white guy. But he had such a deep connection to the Latino community in Los Angeles, and in particularly a lot of the people of the lowrider subculture. And they love him. I mean, they truly love him because they grew up with him. Their mothers and fathers listened to Art LeBeau. And then they grew up and they listened to Art LeBeau. And
they may have been born because
They might
were
have been
listening
born
to-
because they were, their parents were having sex too. Don't let him make it you down. It was really sweet because he obviously cared about their culture and it was genuine and they got that. And he gave them a voice. They could come on the air and say their stuff and he wouldn't cut them off and he would let them talk. And so it was all kinds of stuff like, this is a Sex Machine. I'm going to make a dedication to Sad Girl, 18 with a bullet. They go, okay, Sad Girl, we'll be happy to play that for you. And it was very moving. Well, in his way, Humble Harv was the first of those guys who he kind of spoke for the night. And he spoke for the Latino culture that existed in LA, that existed in Pico Rivera, that existed in Alhambra, and existed in Montebello. In 1969, I don't think East LA was, you could say East LA, but it didn't have the connotations that it had for the last 30 years. And Humble Harv spoke to that. He was the announcer of that subculture in LA. And when he took over at night, and we took over at 7 o'clock, that's when that's when the car culture, he was the DJ for Van Nuys Boulevard. He was the DJ for Whittier Boulevard.
So moving into the Humble Harv section, you have Hush by Deep Purple, a Joe South who did Games People Play People Know. He wrote this song, and then this Deep Purple, way before Smoke on the Water, this version of this mock, I think they called him with Deep Purple fans, recorded the greatest version of Hush ever.
Well, it's weird. Okay, I can honestly say I wasn't that hip to this alliteration of Deep Purple.
Right.
All right. I wasn't that hip to this guy's voices, and I love it. And I mean, what I think of Deep Purple, I thought of Smoke on the Water. Not to say that I didn't have 25 British Invasion kind of hits or something that had Kentucky Woman on it, but I just never computed that was the same group or whatever. And so I ended up putting 2 songs of theirs on the album. But
they're cutting Neil Diamond and they're cutting Joe South.
They're cutting Neil Diamond,
rocking it.
And Joe South. And by the way, I became a big fan of Joe South from doing this musical pilgrimage I was doing between Games People Play, but also, not only was I listening to records all the time, I was also, because I was looking for stuff for the television, I was watching all these variety shows at the time, the musical sequences on them. So I'm watching a bunch of different episodes of the Rosie Greer show, a bunch of different episodes of the Smothers Brothers show, of the Glenn Campbell Comedy Good Time Hour, the Nancy Wilson show. And I started noticing Joe South pop up on some of those. And he's terrific in them.
Absolutely brilliant. Oh no, great choice on that. As you mentioned, you keep the advertising in.
Let's talk about that for a second, because one of the things that was particularly interesting in the KHJ stuff was, again, they were creating this world. It's like when you turn on KHJ, you were trapped in this KHJ world. Not to say they didn't have boring bank commercials or boring Sears and Roebuck.
I totally get it, dude. I like to listen to old time radio with the ads in. It's usually Chesterfield cigarettes, Lipton.
When they would do
tea.
a jingle, when they would do like a songy kind of jingle,
it adds to the ambiance.
The idea was to make it sound like the music
into that
Shout out
on
to
KHJ, and you could literally turn it on. There was this, there's a couple that I didn't even put on here.
Tarantino.
Amazing. What's like Etta
Makes better
James singing about
films than Martin Scorsese.
And
But on Joe Rogan, he made that comment that he feels every film that he
that's
wrote
just
and
Humble Harv
directed,
reading it, but that's also
he
good
just
too. Just,
received. He
hearing
literally
them
calls
read
himself
the
an antenna and says that God did
Now
it.
tell me about Hector
Which is
by the
absolutely
Village
correct.
Callers.
Well, that I've gotten to love that song. Like I said, that's the East LA part of the soundtrack and the section of the movie, and it's a great song. But I also love Humble Harv's intro. Where it's like, "Okay, all you ditterbigs in Pico Rivera is what? Hey, Eto, your mama's calling you," and then it kicks into this terrific instrumental. And it was interesting because I'd never heard the Village Callers. We ended up getting their album so I could listen to it. Hector is a very different song than all the rest of their songs on their album, because I think they have like a female lead singer in most of it. And then, so it's just kind of like I think there's a little bit of a Latin flavor to it, but it's mostly R&B. It's like, you know, a cocktail lounge R&B from like 71. I think you see at the Jolly Roger in Marina Del Rey or something.
Or your better bowling alley.
Yeah. And, you know, but even more of a black area. So, you know, like a good cocktail bar and grill. So there's kind of that. But Hector is this instrumental that they did, and it's based on their manager, Hector. And it's a pretty good song.
Now we turn to one of the revelations for me of this movie soundtrack is a song I had never heard. And then I want to know if you realize a connection. The song is called Son of a Loving Man. They're called the Buchanan Brothers.
Yeah.
But the Buchanan Brothers, do you know who they are?
No.
Okay, this is another connection within your taste. It must be like, it's the Buchanan Brothers this was a Canadian hit, not a hit anywhere I ever heard on the East Coast. It's Cashman and West, who were the guys who discovered and produced Jim Croce.
No kidding.
And it's like, and Terry Cashman had a one-off hit called Talking Baseball that people know, but they are primarily known. So
they're not real brothers.
They're not real brothers. It was actually Cashman West, who were Jim Croce's producers and sort of mentors. And a guy named Gene Pastilli, I think his name was. He was the third person in the supposed Buchanan Brothers. Because there was a bluegrass group from like way back called like early country called Buchanan Brothers. But this is Jim Croce's guys, and it's the greatest song.
It's amazing. Yeah, and like I said, I'd never heard of it until I heard it on the Don Steele tape. You know, and it was like, okay, the Buchanan Brothers, Son of a Loving Man.
Oh, cool. And I mean, obviously, it can't be the first thing you think about, but as you're making choices, do you ever think you're sort of changing lives a little? Like you are making someone unhip hip, you are making a generation discover a sound? Like
it's like
you're like the millionaire, that character.
I don't know if I have that much influence, but it's like I don't think about that. I'm just trying to get what I want and thinking it's something is cool. And if it does happen now that people start going into deep tissue dives on these people, but like I've seen the 5-6 Evan-8's woohoo on at least 4 commercials, if not more. You know, and every time, like, you know, I think, oh wow, that would not be the case if I hadn't have put them in Kill Bill, or all the times I've heard the Battles Without Honor or Human theme, that they always use that piece of music when they want to parody Kill Bill.
Right.
And every time it does, and I remember how I heard that and how I used it, and it just makes me feel happy for them.
Another one where I'll show my ignorance, and I just love it, is I was looking closer to the screen, trying to figure out, hold on, is that Peter and Gordon or Chad and Jeremy? Which is what a generation of people watching the British invasion must have been doing.
Right.
I didn't realize there was a Chad and Jeremy movie, and I didn't know this song. Can you talk about that? Because it's brilliant.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Paxton Quigley Had the Course. It's the theme to the movie Three in the Attic, and it stars Christopher Jones, one of my favorite actors of that time period, directed by Richard Wilson, who used to be part of the Mercury Theater. He also did Something Wild with Ralph Meeker and Al Capone with Rod Steiger. And anyway, it's a real fun movie, and and it's got a great song in the soundtrack, and it's played all throughout the film. And I've had the soundtrack for years, and I've always loved it. And so I actually had an excuse to put it in the movie, because we use the TV spot in the film on TV that actually includes a bit of the song in it. So like, oh, well, that makes it legit. I can put it in the soundtrack album, because I've always loved that song. And it's on the soundtrack album to Three in the Attic, but it's also on the Chad and Jeremy record, The Ark, which is sort of like their Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club.
Everybody. One thing great about pop music in this sort of era, everyone tried to make theirs. There's the fact that this movie has Robert Goulet doing McCarthy,
I know.
not Richard Harris, is phenomenal to me.
And by the way, it's a great bit when Robert Goulet is singing on TV MacArthur Park, but the reason I use that is because on February 8th, Friday, on ABC, that was the Hollywood Palace. That was what was on ABC at 9 o'clock on that Friday, or 8 o'clock, I think, on that Friday. And so I watched that episode. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching that episode to find something to pull from it. And then Robert Glay just straight up just sings MacArthur Park. I go, well, I guess I know what I'm using now.
Jimmy Webb might not be as happy, but it's fantastic in the film.
Exactly.
Really, really
Well, it was also important to me, frankly, to tell you the truth. I tried like hell to have, I think the two most maybe important songwriters. I mean, if you're not counting Dylan, if you're not counting,
I'm moving the cursor
songwriter-
over here to the chat box.
like a Dylan or somebody
I
like
just
that.
moved the
I
little
think when it
thing
comes to
that shows
songwriters, I
that
think
they're
the two
trying to
most
terminate the
important
live
songwriters
stream
of that
to the
time,
right.
That
That's
era.
because
I'm
remember, the
talking about
FBI
20
said
years.
to just let
It
them
was
do what
Jimmy
they
Webb and
want
Laura Nero.
Absolutely.
for the evidence.
And so it was really important, even if it's just.
And then
a clip of
remember,
Robert
dedicated
Glay
worker,
singing
service
on
worker,
Hollywood
anywhere you
Palace.
see
It was
blue
important that
line,
Jimmy Webb
utility,
was
TTS, all
represented
those things I've
in the
listed
movie.
off
And I
in
tried to
preceding
get
live
Laura
streams.
Nero, and I had
That's them.
Sweet Blindness in at different points. But
The
they never quite
FBI's
made the
current
cut. They showed me
MO
that to have Laura
is
Nero.
getting
she's a
criminal
genius.
intent
Chad and Jeremy
and
Dean
deliberate.
just reminded me of
Something
when we
deliberate.
first met.
That's
You
the
told
evidence
me
they're going for
that
right now.
Jan Wenner's Perfect. The movie, the movie.
The
Perfect,
coordination
you actually thought
efforts
there was some value in it, which is
as well.
in the minority review. And I have to tell you that Jan Wenner years ago had Chad or Jeremy, and I cannot get it straight, teach him guitar.
Oh,
I know
wow.
that somewhere in Aspen, I think he took guitar lessons from Chad or Jeremy.
Well, there was like a lot of because I watched a whole lot of the It's Happening episodes and the Hullabaloo episodes, and so Chad and Jeremy were on a lot. But also it was, I can't remember if it was Chad or Jeremy, but they didn't split up. One had a movie to do. He was writing a movie soundtrack. Might have been Three in the Attic for all I know. So all of a sudden it was the other one showing up with his wife, right? And they would sing on Hullabaloo.
I think now you can still go see Chad or Jeremy. That's a bill.
Chad or Jeremy. For soundtrack, personally, this is the way I'm always the guy, you know. Everyone else is liking the Beatles. I like the Dave Clark Five.
Who made a pretty good movie.
Yes, they made a damn good movie. All right. So while everyone else was really into the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, I was really into the Thank God It's Friday soundtrack.
Well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to run through this album and talk about just track by track a little bit, if that's okay.
Hello, everybody. It's Quentin Tarantino, and you've tuned in to my podcast on my soundtrack album, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, exclusively on Spotify.
Was radio, because we all think of you as, you know, a citizen of the movie theaters, as someone haunting every movie theater in the greater LA area. Was radio your window into loving music? Was record stores, did you haunt record stores? See, I was raised in record stores, just looking through those cutout bins. But for you musically, where did your love of music explode?
Well, it would have first started with the radio, all right? Because, you know, like I said, like around this time, I'm 6 or 7. That's about as young as you can get, actually. You know, but like, you know, I knew what I liked, you know. I think Little Willie was like one of the big songs then, all right? Or a couple
First single I ever bought.
It was one of the first singles I ever got too. No, I actually remember the first single I ever got was gotten for me was Lady Madonna.
Oh my
But
God!
that was the first single. The first single I ever got was Lady Madonna, and I didn't buy it. It was bought for me.
Every day, thousands of fishing boats set out for sea, and on a good day, they all come back. But every so often, disaster strikes. Very few sailors survive more than a month lost at sea, and even fewer survive too. And in 2012, no one had survived more than 5 months adrift on the open ocean.
So the expectations were low for Jose Salvador Alvarenga and his fishing partner, Ezequiel Cordoba. In 2012, they were washed off the coast of Mexico and into the open ocean. For months, they remained stranded in the Pacific.
The next year pushed them to the brink and became the stuff of legends. when an emaciated, parasite-infested alvarenga washed ashore alive after 400 days at sea, it was a miracle. Welcome to Beating the Odds, a 5-day special series for medical mysteries. I'm Richard.
And I'm Molly. This is our third episode on remarkable, inspirational people who survived extreme medical emergencies.
Today we're discussing Jose Salvador Alvarenga, a Salvadorian fisherman who overcame starvation, dehydration, mental deterioration, and parasites. He survived the open ocean longer than anyone else in recorded history.
November 17th, 2012 was going to be a great day on the water. 35-year-old Jose Salvador Alvarenga and 23-year-old Ezekiel Cordoba set off early in the morning for what was supposed to be a routine 30-hour trip. Their small 25-foot boat was full of supplies, tarps, a large cooler, bait, plenty of gas, some food, and 16 gallons of water.
They sailed 50 miles off the coast where Alvarenga felt the most at home. The fish were biting. They reeled in mahi-mahi, tuna, even a shark. There was no competition. They were the lone boat floating on this stretch of ocean. All afternoon, their GPS said they were exactly where they should be.
But something was wrong. The winds picked up, and the sky in the distance grew dark. As evening approached, they packed up and started to sail home.
It was too late. The storm caught them unprepared. The boat blew off course, the two men at its mercy. The lightning flashed and the waves battered the sides of the fiberglass hull.
Alvarenga did his best to hold his boat together. The pair desperately bailed gallons of seawater over the side through the night.
By the time dawn approached, there appeared to be a lull in the storm. Alvarenga noticed their GPS had gone out, but it would be okay. He could see the coast miles in the distance.
But as Alvarenga pushed his engine to get them home, it began to sputter. His mind was racing. If the engine died, so would they.
He radioed ashore. SOS, he needed help. Someone asked for his coordinates, but without his GPS working, he couldn't tell them. Soon the lull in the storm subsided and the boat was tossed around like a toy in a bathtub.
The storm raged, blowing them farther west into the expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The storm was so violent, Alvarenga had to throw their supplies overboard to keep from capsizing. They only kept the cooler and a few of their tarps.
4 days later, when the storm finally settled, the pair could take stock of their situation. Water stretched in each direction as far as they could see. There was little food, and the only drinking water they had was rain left over from the storm.
Without food, the human body shuts down within a couple of weeks. But in the absence of drinking water, anyone would be lucky to make it more than 7 days.
It didn't help that the sun beat down on the two exhausted men, making them parched. The first few hours dragged on, and then those hours turned into days.
They desperately needed something to eat, but their fishing gear had been lost in the storm. So Alvarenga did the only thing he could think of. He hung out over the side of the boat and did his best to catch the fish with his hands. It seemed to take too much time, but time was all they had.
Fortunately, Alvarenga caught a few fish.
Experts believe that this
As you
was
can
the
see,
key to
Unit
his
207
survival,
is
since
deliberately
there's plenty of fresh
and
water
intentionally
inside the meat of a fish,
trying to terminate this
and
live
the
stream
blood
again.
is a decent source of hydration. On good days, they were able to catch a few seabirds and the occasional turtle. But while these were a good source of nutrition, the fish also contained parasites.
Parasites come in all forms and can wreak havoc on a person's internal organs. Some ocean parasites, such as liver flukes, can grow up to 15 millimeters inside of their host and lay additional eggs to spawn even more. Usual symptoms include abdominal pain, indigestion, and nausea.
Scooting that
But if
over
left
so that
untreated, parasites
the
can lead
process
to
ID
advanced
is visible for the
complications such
FBI.
as cancer or even sepsis. A case can make life miserable for anyone infected, and if the complications go untreated, they can lead to death.
Before long, parasites took root in Alvarenga's liver.
And he had no way to flush them out. Life on the boat was already tough. Food was scarce, and their skin cracked from the ceaseless sun. Their only relief came from shifts under the empty cooler. Yet somehow the pair survived a miraculous 4 months.
But at that point, Cordoba began rejecting food.
Voluntary stopping of eating and drinking, or VEEP, is common in people suffering from a terminal illness as a way to hasten their death. Studies have found that patients engage in this behavior if they believe their quality of life is poor and find continuing on pointless. VSED can be viewed as a symptom of mental decline caused by the body slowly wasting away,
And again,
or as a final act
intentionally
of
and
control.
deliberately.
Either
See
way,
how they keep coming back even when I
Cordoba
end the
refused
process?
to eat any more fish. His body slowly shut down, and within a few days, he died.
Alvarenga refused to admit that his companion had passed and continued to talk with him for 4 days before he finally pushed Cordoba's body over the side.
As he hit nearly 5 months on the open ocean, Alvarenga had lost all sense of time and lost his grip on reality. He would imagine glorious landscapes and worlds to help escape the reality of the situation, that he was going to die, all alone, out in the middle of nowhere.
At this point, he knew survival wasn't likely. He had already surpassed all previous records, like that of Poon Lim, a Chinese sailor who survived 133 days on a life raft in 1943.
Alvarenga survived 200 days, then 300. But all the while, his body was wasting away. His kidneys shut down, likely from dehydration. This caused his ankles to swell up, making it hard to move. His hair matted, and he was perpetually weak. The small amount of food he caught was split with the parasites in his body.
He saw countless sunrises and sunsets, all just as beautiful but meaningless without time. Rains would come and go, and his boat would float on.
But one day, something changed. His landscape. Was his mind playing a trick on him? It could be, but he couldn't take that chance. The boat was too heavy to maneuver with just his paddling arms, so he gambled with his life. He bailed over the side of the boat and swam to the little sliver of land. It took all of his remaining energy, each stroke nearly exhausting him, before he washed ashore on Tile Islet in the Marshall Islands.
Alvarenga noticed a small house and stumbled to meet the 2 locals who had come outside. He had been adrift for 428 days, and he had traveled well over 5,000 miles across the ocean. But he was finally back on land and quickly taken to get medical help.
Local doctors noted Alvarenga was dehydrated and malnourished. His mental state was fragile, and he had a hard time recounting his journey. But his most serious condition was the parasites infecting his liver.
Ugh. Oh,
They
no.
only increased over the 14 months he'd
Parasites
spent eating raw
infecting
meat at
his
sea.
liver?
Without proper care, they could have killed him. But luckily for Alvarenga, treatment was simple. A few oral antiparasitic medications cleared the infestation up.
I can't handle it, dude. The
And
idea
within a
of
few
an
weeks,
insect
he
like
was ready
crawling
to
out
head
of your
home to El
skin
Salvador.
is scary.
He was welcomed back
Or a
as a
giant
miracle.
parasite.
Alvarenga's story traveled all over the world. He's the only person to ever survive living out on the open ocean for over a year. His story is one of sadness, but ultimately triumph.
Like Creepshow, that episode that they had on like the fat medicine that wasn't really fat medicine. It was actually like worms that were inside of them, eating them from the inside.
Thanks for listening.
Shit was creepy.
We'll be back
I thought
tomorrow
it was
to discuss
Creepshow.
another medical miracle.
Some
You
modern
can
horror
catch our other
anthology.
episodes of Medical Mysteries for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Okay, Spotify. Which one of my podcasts are
The
you going
views,
to next?
information, or opinions expressed by the guest
Jose
appearing in
Nicole.
this episode solely belong to the guest and do not represent or reflect the views or positions of the hosts, the show, Podcast One, this network, or any of their respective affiliates.
Coming out
Yay,
of
the cult of
restaurants
fine
that I
dining,
came
dude.
out of, I felt so incredibly
Dude,
out of control.
I could totally
had
join
no
that cult.
ownership of my identity. Honestly, even introducing
Pro tip,
myself
man, you want to
to
take a
y'all,
girl
I
out
went to say,
for a
"Hey, I'm
nice
Chef
fancy
Amber."
time. Don't
But
take
it's like,
do
no,
it in
I'm just
expensive
Amber.
restaurant
I'm Amber,
per
and my
individual.
job is a chef. Your job
Pay
shouldn't
to go
be
somewhere with
sending you to the
courses that have
hospital
champagne
because you're having a
pairings.
massive panic attack.
Then you know the exact amount you're
job shouldn't be
dropping,
the
300
reason why
to
you need
550
to be on
bucks.
antidepressant medication.
You can pay
Your
more than that,
job
but
shouldn't be the reason
that's like the
why
perfect
you're
amount.
willing to
And then you guys get
alter your
multiple
appearance
courses,
to
you
be
get
taken
lots of
more
champagne, you are
seriously.
all
But
drunk,
for
it's
me,
fancy, you're dressed
that's
up.
what it was.
She can't say it's not
And if that's
romantic.
not a
Book a
cult, I
hotel
don't
that's
know
within
what
walking
is.
distance because you'll be shit-faced.
Welcome everyone to Was I in a Cult? I'm Liz Iacuzzi.
It's you again.
It's me again.
One of these days, I'm going to wake up and there's going to be a different podcast host in front of me. But for
I
now,
hope not.
yeah, I know. We all love Liz. We love her talking about cults. Me, I'm Tyler Easom.
And today's guest, guys, might make you hungry. For change.
Oh, boy.
Sorry. Or at least for a Michelin star meal cooked by someone who isn't throwing frying pans across the kitchen. Now, both Tyler and I, being food snobs.
Food snob. I actually prefer the more snobby moniker of gastronome.
Oh, I'm sure you actually do.
Well, this gastronome, this gastronome over here is also a budding chef. I love cooking. I love food. I have all the kitchen gadgets.
What's your favorite kitchen gadgets?
I have the waffle makers. I have the juicers. I have honestly, I have all of them. But my favorite are probably just
pick a one.
the La Crusette. La Crusette, everything they make is fantastic, and they have silicone spatulas. Le Crusette. Yeah, we'll work on French throughout this episode. But there's silicone spatulas, fantastic.
Okay.
You?
That's a tough call. Right now, I'm really enjoying my soft-boiled egg cracker. Highly recommend one of those if you don't have it. Also, my microplane grater. I tend to use that probably every day.
Is it not the mandolin?
You had to bring up the mandolin, didn't you, Tyler? Mandolin and I have had one too many altercations. Let's just say I came this close to losing a finger. And I'm still not emotionally ready to forgive him.
A poor craftsman blames his tools, Liz. Don't blame the
Finger
grater.
bombed me, Tyler, and loved by me with those perfectly thin slices of radishes and
That's a
cucumbers.
great line. A poor craftsman.
And I gaslit me into thinking I was safe. Next thing I knew, boom, my fingertips across the room.
All right, enough about us talking about useless things. There's plenty of time for that.
That's your forte.
Plenty of time for that through this episode. This episode is a great example of what our show aims to expose, and that's the fact that cult tactics, they're not just reserved for fringe religions or doomsday groups.
They show up in far more corners of life than we realize, even in
fine dining kitchens. Bum, bum, bum.
So the rest of this episode, guys, I am chef to you, Tyler.
Yes, chef.
Ooh, that does kind of feel good. Say it again.
Yes, chef.
I see the appeal. I get it.
And what does that make me if you're the chef?
My lowly kitchen fact man, my lowly kitchen grunt, responsible for fetching obscure food facts for me on command.
Great. Let me go into the walk-in and pull this one out.
Oh,
Did you
here
know
you
that
go.
many high-end restaurants design their menus to subtly influence spending habits?
I'm sure they do.
Studies have shown that omitting dollar signs can lead diners to spend more, as it reduces the pain of paying. Additionally, using descriptive labels and foreign terms can enhance the perceived value and sophistication of dishes, potentially justifying higher prices. Also, you know how some menu items have a little box around it?
Yes.
Those are the ones that have a higher markup for the restaurant. So they'll make more money off those particular items. You think you're going to a restaurant and you're making the choice. You're not, Liz. You're never making a choice.
So with that, everyone, let's please welcome today's amazing guest.
Yes, chef.
Feels so good.
My name is Amber Evans. I am a 33-year-old chef, a Lego enthusiast, and a recovering kitchen pirate.
Now, Amber is a listener to the show, and she came to us because
I was in a strange conundrum after listening to a few of the episodes because some of the folks, their cult was their job. And I'm like, no, that's work. That's just a toxic workplace. That's not a cult.
Oh no.
Like, I
Just
started
ask some of the
making these
domestic
connections
terrorist
between
whistleblowers
what I had
upstairs.
done for work for almost
Work can be a
15
cult,
years,
dude.
being in the restaurant industry.
I totally want
and
one of you
cults. And,
after
I'm
everything's said
going
and
down
done
my
to be on this
checklist
podcast.
because us kitchen folk love checklists. I'm like, charismatic leaders, the chef. All right. Unquestioning faith. You don't question the chef. Isolation. I'm in this hot room for 12 to 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. Abuse. No tolerance for questioning illegal and dangerous behavior. That is America's kitchens. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's me. Like I've done that for like over a decade. This is my disclaimer. American chefs, you know what, worldwide chefs, this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to come for me because I am not saying that restaurants and being a chef is a cult. I am completely aware that this is not everybody's experience, but I am also very aware that this is a very common and shared trauma that we all downplay because we're conditioned to do so. So my main goal is to speak my piece and hopefully validate other people's feelings so they know, yes, chef, you were in a cult. Yes, chef, no chef, on it, chef. I was born in Long Beach, raised in San Diego. So baby Amber was actually hard-headed as fuck and did not listen and absolutely needed to figure things out for herself. My dad is like the best ever. And so is my mom. They're so wonderful and supportive. My dad's from the South. He's from Virginia. My mother, I think she was one of 14 or 16 kids. Grew up in Compton in the 60s and 70s. They met on a blind date. My mom, she was a hot thing who was on Soul Train. Cute fun facts about Soul Train. Amber beat me to it.
Q facts. Did you hear that?
I did.
I gotta tell you, this Q facts trend among our guests is something I certainly can get used to.
Well,
This.
then let's hear them. Are you going to disobey Chef Amber, Tyler?
No, chef. Soul Train facts. For those who don't know, Soul Train was a staple of American television. Soul Train premiered in 1971, the year I premiered, oddly enough, and played a key role in showcasing Black music, culture, and fashion.
Soul Train, the hippest trip in America. 60 non-stop minutes across the tracks of your mind into the exciting world of soul.
And Soul Train featured performances from some of the greatest musicians of all time, including James Brown, Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, Prince, Marvin Gaye, and many, many more.
With special guest stars, the world-famous Jackson 5.
And since Amber's mom was a dancer on Soul Train, she likely worked the iconic Soul Train dance line. And if you haven't seen this, it's fantastic. This is where dancers formed two lines and individuals danced down the center.
A pop culture phenomenon that's still replicated at parties and weddings today, and one that some should stop replicating. I'm looking at you, Phil from accounting.
Yeah, nice try, Phil. You're going to twist an ankle.
Sit down.
The show ran for 35 years, going off the air in 2006, making it one of the longest running syndicated television shows in history. There you go, Amber. We totally took a nice diversion and did some Soul Train and television facts. Let's get back to some cooking, shall we?
Back to Amber.
I grew up in a pretty conservative Christian Baptist home. I was going to church like 4 to 5 days a week. So I also grew up very black or white. There was no gray. You fall in line and you do as you're told, and then you go to heaven. Like, pretty simple. Like, all right, I'm game. I'm a team player.
And life at home was good.
And smelled good.
My dad was the cook of the family, and he learned that from his mother, who was a darling Southern woman herself. He comes from a household that food brings people together. So I spent a lot of time in the kitchen as a kid. I want to mix the cookie dough. I want to season the steaks. I want to learn how to cut the onions. And it was like a really fun bonding time for me and my dad. I did about 1.5 years in community college, and it wasn't until I took an amazing, profound philosophy class. I learned how to listen to opinions that did not align with mine, understand them, and still not agree with them. That is the first time I got out of my black and white Christian thinking. And I'm not saying Christianity is bad. It is a wonderful spirituality. But just like we know on the show, some ideologies are not good, and also some are not informed. And in that class, I just had an epiphany one day. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be here. And I remember feeling like the room was getting smaller. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be in this kind of school. And so I told my mom, and I'm like, I kind of want to take some time off and figure out what it is I want to do. My very black Christian mom is not trying to hear that, because she's like, no, you're either going to get a job or you're going to go to school, because you're not living in my house for free. So I convinced my parents to let me go to the San Diego Culinary Institute, SDCI. And it was a little less than 1 year program. I learned so much. I challenged myself, and I really started to fall in love with food again. And I finished at the top of my class. I was 20. My end game was always to be a private chef.
And while she learned a great deal about cooking, one of the most important things she learned was at the end.
One thing that we left school with, I remember the executive chef at the school said, and I quote, "Remember, as you go out and get your first kitchen jobs, you don't know shit." And that was a yes, chef. I get it. And this was the wisdom bestowed upon us. You do not question the chef. The chef is this mystical, untouchable creature.
Now, coincidentally, prior to editing this episode, I had just finished a great book entitled Dirt. And it's about journalist Bill Buford, who uprooted his family from New York City to Lyon, France, so that he could learn how to cook French cuisine.
Sounds très fantastique.
It was. The book is filled with food adventures, gastronomical history, and cooking tips, but also during his stay in France, the author was subjected to the harshness, caste system, and long, tiring hours working in kitchens. And if you think chefs in America are put on a pedestal, in France, well, they are deity. We'll put the book Dirt in the show notes.
For everyone to ignore.
They partner up with different restaurants around San Diego, and you're able to work there and get hands-on experience. So I work at a restaurant, and it was a really great restaurant. Oh my goodness. Pork belly tacos, aloo tikka, potato cakes, larb salads, things I'd never seen before. This is cool. So I go there bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I am just feeling like a fish out of water. And it's not a happy place. People aren't passionate. Everyone's just so angry and drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes and just angry. And there was a lot of symbolism in the uniforms. Usually every cook had one color coat, and the chef was the only one who had a different colored coat to symbolize that this one is different, this one is important. Same with aprons. So you need to look the same. You need to do as you're told. You don't get to look different until you run things. I'm trying to make a good impression. And so the chef, he was an alcoholic. And he would sit next to
Dude, I gotta
the
be
exit
honest.
door
All
of
of the best
kitchen
chefs that I've
at the
eaten
bar
food
and
from,
drink all night. Just
the
drink.
exception being
He
vegan
would
chefs.
be right
That's the
there.
exception.
The
Good
servers
vegan
are
chefs,
bringing
this does
plates
not
of
apply
food
to.
out. He would
But
even
all the others, the
grab
best
things off
ones
the plate
are
to taste.
addicted
And if
to
it didn't
cocaine
taste
or they're
right, or if it
alcoholics or
didn't
they're
look
both.
right, he would stop the server, grab the plate, bring it into the kitchen, throw it onto the counter.
And if you
cuss
don't know
us
what I'm
out,
talking about, go to your
and say,
favorite
"Do it
restaurant
again,"
and then
and leave.
set up secret cameras for
My
24 hours.
personhood was
Then
constantly
you'll know.
picked apart daily. And that sucked, to be so belittled and broken down. And I saw him doing that to everyone else too. And to me, he's just a perfectionist. And he was also a brilliant chef. And he was just a tortured, creative soul. That's all. And deep down, he really cared about us because we're a family. There was always us excusing his behavior
It's time
and
for
not
tea and
seeing what
applesauce.
it really was: drunken abuse, illegal treatment of
The
employees.
half lemonade is good.
But also, if you can't take it,
Keep the
there are
scurvy
multiple
away.
exits, and you can leave. So we took it because we needed it. So I finally finished my externship, and I don't even know if I want to be in the restaurant industry anymore because this sucked.
Was I in a Cult is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, hoping it all works out?
Yeah, it's like making a puttanesca, but with money.
But with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can be a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too.
And save more time so that you can stir the puttanesca.
You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and it'll help you find options within your budget.
Try it today at progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law, not available in all states.
I'm not really providing as many updates.
Speaking of heat in the kitchen,
But it does appear that
it's called weaving ads into the show.
they have
Yeah,
or
it's very
are
fun.
actively
Amber told
attempting
me that it's
again
quite
to
common for
terminate
restaurant
the
kitchens
live
to get up to
stream that's in the
110
danger recording
degrees.
zone time.
So how would one combat the sweat? He asked knowingly.
And there's a
With
lot of
Lumi
noise
deodorant,
upstairs
of
that's
course.
indicative
Lumi
of
is clinically proven to block odor all day and
people
control
deliberately
odor
and
for up to
intentionally wanting
72
to
hours.
Also
perpetrate
known as the
further
lunch and
felonies
dinner shift.
Yeah, seriously though, I use Lumi and it works. I smell
in a
nice. I feel great.
coordinated
So
manner.
whether you're making tuna sandwiches or confit du canal, you should try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula.
You can now find Lumi in Walmart, Target, and other retailers across the country. For the best deals, though, go to LumiDeodorant.com.
Get yourself a Lumi starter pack. It's perfect for new customers.
As a special offer for listeners, new customers get 15% off all Lumi products.
Combine that with the already discounted starter pack. That saves you over 40% off their starter pack.
Use code INACULT for 15% off your first purchase at LumiDeodorant.com.
That's code INACULT at LumiDeodorant.com. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Lumi.
Yes,
The
chef.
apple cinnamon sauce is really so much better than apples.
So every once in a while, you might hear the voice of Rob, our wonderful sound mixer and producer, and he'll come on and say a few things, but we never really give him a chance to answer any questions. Rob, what's your favorite kitchen gadget?
Aside from the cocktail shaker that I use to make us all white Russians, I've been using the sous vide a lot lately,
Ew, I
and
need
Love a sous vide.
cooking a lot of
Sous vide.
really low temperature chicken breast. It's fantastic.
Nice, very nice.
You gotta try some hard-boiled eggs with that. Best hard-boiled eggs.
If I could afford eggs, I would be into
Yeah,
that.
exactly. The next time you can afford eggs, use your sous vide to hard-boil them.
Well, we've learned something about you, Rob. Thank you for joining in. Now just shut up and
Now
find
go
some
back
sound
to
effects.
being quiet.
Back to Amber.
I finally was able to get a job at a very large hotel, resort, convention center. And oh my gosh, it was so different. But it also wasn't exactly what I wanted either, because a lot of the people who worked at this particular place were indeed old timers. We are still making cream of broccoli soup. We are still making club sandwiches. And I decided to go off and find another job.
And that next job was fine dining on the pier in an
Upscale, casual, California coastal. emphasis on steak and seafood. So this kitchen that I would be going to, that's the real deal. Whenever I think about my dream restaurant setup and how it worked, it was a well-oiled machine. I was learning my cook temps. I was making burgers, making salads, making sauces, shucking oysters, just doing all kinds of stuff on this lower level station on pantry, which is traditionally cold app salads and stuff. This restaurant was bumping. And it was exciting. I'm getting the adrenaline. Am I going to make it? Am I going to keel over? You better drink your Gatorade and go to the bathroom before service, because once we get going, you're better off peeing yourself than getting off the line and going to the bathroom. And I ended up staying here for about 2 years. And so I asked the sous chef, I'm like, hey, you think I can take a swing on saute one of these days? And what does he say? I don't think you're ready yet. But I'm now seeing that a lot of these people who started months after me are now on saute. And I'm like, that's weird, but okay. So I work harder. There was this constant like, here's the carrot. Maybe one of these days you can do it, but you got to do everything we ask you to do. And I'm noticing that a lot of the men got moved up. The case is, we need a strong man grilling steaks and not this short 4'11" chick. I'm like, you know what? I think I need a change. So I end up applying to work at Glacier National Park in Montana. And I meet this guy and we got a chit chat. I'm lonely, so we're chit chatting. We weren't officially together yet. I'm young and dumb. I'm like, oh, too bad I'm leaving San Diego in a couple weeks to go to Montana. You should come. And he's like, okay. And we go to Montana together because that sounds safe, right? So we get to Montana and I am just there in the wilderness. There's kind of this accelerated learning situation because we're only there for the summer or for the season, whatever. So everyone needs to learn all of the stations. Now is my chance. I'm so excited. And I get to move on to the hotline. I'm plating, I'm calling tickets, not quite working saute yet, but I'm just excited to be on the hot side of things. So the chef of this restaurant, he was your typical chef. He had tattoos, he had piercings, he was rugged, kind of dirty, listened to metal. Everyone kind of worshiped the ground he walked on, but his food was okay. There was one day where he had made chicken confit, and people were like, oh, you know, he's making his famous chicken confit.
By the way, I'm being mocked.
Actually.
Feel free to skip ahead, Liz. You can press that little button. By the way, chicken confit is one of those dishes that is pretty easy to make. And to guests, it seems like it's difficult.
It's because of the word confit.
Yes,
the
confit.
French word is so very intimidating to most people.
Well, the French are more likely to use duck.
This delicious specialty from the southwest of France. It's how do you say it? Confit. And then the canard. Canard in French for duck. Enjoy your next confit de canard.
And they slow cook it in 4 cups of duck fat. So yeah, it's good.
Healthy.
The French do not cut short on lard and butter. They
Nor
just
should
do
they.
not. Nor should they. And they will outlive all of us.
Correct.
But chicken confit is also delicious if prepared well, of course.
I take a bite, tastes like nothing. There is zero seasoning. And I was talking to my coworker and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, this doesn't taste good. So the chef, I guess, got wind of me talking about his not so good food. And one day after service, he's like, hey, do you got something to say to me? And I was like, no. He's like, because we can take this outside. And I'm like, not realizing that he was threatening to fight me. So I'm sitting there like a dummy. Yeah, you want to talk? Let me clean up my station and we can talk. He took that as a threat. And so he kind of like lunges towards me. And one of the guys who's a lot bigger than both of us is like, hey, no. And I'm like, oh, you want to, what? I'm shook. And no one was like, hey, don't fight girls. No one was like, hey, dude, stop, because they're all his friend. So I am now getting treated super strange. I'm stuck with my coworkers not being nice to me anymore. The chef asked me, he's like, hey, we need a little help in the dish pit. And I was sent there for the remainder of the season to work in dish pit. I refuse to quit due to poor treatment because I have to prove how hardened I was. I survived Glacier National Park a whole summer. Me and said boyfriend lasted, he was the worst, by the way, but we'll get to that. And now we're like, do we want to go somewhere else and work? And he's like, I'm down. So I look up again, California employee housing, and Mammoth Lakes, California pops up, Mammoth Mountain. Cute fun facts about Mammoth Lakes.
Once again, I am cued. Interstage left. But you know, Liz, I'm going to make this a scene, not a monologue. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore out there, Romeo?
It is I in Mammoth Lakes.
Go ahead. I'm allowing you to do a fact or two.
Did you know, actually, Mammoth Lakes are located in California's Sierra National Forest. The Mammoth Mountain is actually a dormant volcano and a world-renowned destination for activities such as skiing, snowboarding, and mountain biking.
You know, I just said you could read facts. I didn't say you could mock me whilst doing it, but
How can I read a fact and not do it as Tyler?
ancient fossils of mammoths and other ice age creatures have been found in the area, which is how Mammoth Lakes got its name.
Actually, the actor John Wayne was once the mayor of the adjoining community of Pumpkin Town, and hikers now claim they see his ghost sauntering through various forests, searching for food.
Made that up, Liz.
You just gave me the dark
I just
line.
gave you a bullshit line and you just read it like it was real. That's the problem with giving people who don't read facts. They don't fact check it. You've learned your lesson, Liz.
I was going to say, how could they tell me he was looking for food?
I just wanted to say lines perfectly like Tyler.
Yeah, that's what you get when you ask too much.
Well,
I give
here's
you
the
false
deal.
lines
How
like,
scary is that? I sold that line so well. That's how well you sell facts.
Pumpkin Town, Liz?
Yeah, it's in the foothills right below Mammoth. Yeah, I think I went there as a kid.
All right. Speaking of Mammoth,
No, I'm pretty sure I have a picture with a cardboard John Wayne cutout from Pumpkin Town. I definitely went there.
I get a really awesome job at a great hotel that does breakfast, lunch, and dinner and happy hour, and it was right on the mountain. I have finally met a chef who was so talented, nice, great food, and was willing to teach me. Yes, he was rough around the edges, but remember, I love a lovable curmudgeon. I feel like I am the SpongeBob to their Squidward.
The only mistake I ever made was wasting my life at the Krusty Krab.
But a visit to the Krusty Krab makes everyone happy. And what could be better than serving up smiles?
Being dead or anything else.
So I'm working in Mammoth. That's where I kind of got to work saute. I got to work grill as season end. So I'm thinking, I'm ready to like run something now. So I talked to my boss. I'm like, I would love to be like a kitchen manager or a sous chef. What does he tell me? I'm not ready yet.
are you catching on yet?
You need to have prior experience in order to be one of our kitchen managers or our sous chefs. So what do? I go across the country once again to Virgins, Vermont to work at a small country club, and I got a job as a sous chef there. This is my first fine dining restaurant. I got tweezers in my pocket. This is so exciting.
Tweezers, so she can delicately place a single strategically angled micro cilantro leaf.
So I get my experience. I'm still with that guy. Our relationship isn't very good. It's quite toxic, but still, we moved back to Mammoth, and I come back and I'm like, hey, I was a sous chef. I did what you asked me to do. And that's when they say, hey, we don't actually have it in the budget. We can give you the title, but we just can't give you the money. My loyalties are with this restaurant. I will work harder for less money. And so I did that for years. My food's going to speak for itself. And I guess the chef too is going to take responsibility, but that's fine because I'm a team player and this is a family. And what do families do? They support one another. And this is me supporting my family who has been there for me thick and thin, especially when I went through my breakup with my boyfriend at the time who dumped me via Skype while he was in Peru. What a dick.
Yeah, F that dude, right? You're lost, bro.
Dude.
Who uses Skype anyways?
Can't go
You
to
broke
a
up with the
different
chef.
country.
You, my friend,
and be
are
in a
the chef's
relationship.
kiss of idiots.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to lose the best thing that ever happened to you to realize no one will ever satiate you the same way again.
Ditched a Michelin star woman for a lukewarm, unsalted life, and that's a choice you have to live with.
Don't know why we're going so hard on your ex here, Amber, but I'm assuming he deserved it.
I'm guessing he did.
Right. Speaking of right,
We'll be right back.
you know, I don't think we celebrate enough the fact that THC and gummies can be sent directly to our front door.
Our parents would call us spoiled.
You know, in my day, I had to bike across town and wait outside my cousin Kendall's house just to get a dime bag full of seeds and stems.
I would just a dime bag.
Times certainly have changed because now you can get a big old box of Via gummies.
Via, guys, we love this brand. They are changing the game in natural wellness. They combine high-quality hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create real effect-driven results.
Yeah, you want more sleep, more focus, a little boost in the bedroom, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, or maybe you just want to become one with the couch. You know what I mean? Via has a solution for you.
We're talking award-winning effect-forward gummies and calming drops.
500,000 happy customers can't be wrong. Actually, 500,002 because you can count us in on that.
And you don't have to meet in some sketchy parking lot or get some weird doctor's note because Via legally ships nationwide discreetly straight to your door.
So THC, what Via has in store for you.
Nice, Tyler.
That's not nice. Don't
Applause
reward
here.
that.
So if you're 21 and over, please head to viahemp.com. Use our code ANACULT to receive 50% off. Free shipping on all orders over 100 buckaroos.
And if you're new to Via, well, get a free gift of your choice.
That's viahemp.com. Use our code ANACULT at checkout. After you purchase, they're going to ask you guys, where'd you hear about us? So please tell them it was us. Support our show. Tell them we sent you.
Enhance your everyday with Via. All right, listeners, we've said it before. Quince.
We'll say it over and over again. Quince, Quince, Quince.
Quince, Quince, Quince. Get some luxury items at Quince.
But apparently, you weren't listening. So instead of wearing an affordable silk blouse, you're sitting there in a worn-down Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Becky.
That's exactly who we're looking at. You, Becky. It's Quince.
Quince. It offers a range of high-quality items at prices within reach, like Mongolian cashmere sweaters from $50, silk tops and dresses, organic cotton sweaters, and 14-karat gold jewelry.
And the best part, all of Quince's items are priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands.
You know what? And they have great men's items.
Now I'm looking at you, Fred. Look at your shorts, Fred. Don't you want to? It's not 1998 anymore, Fred. Even a dumbass like Tyler puts on a nice pair of Quince chino field pants, right?
Yeah, and even a hoe bag like Liz can sport an affordable chiffon cropped smock blouse. So don't be like Becky or Fred.
Or Tyler before Quince. Give yourself the luxury you deserve with Quince.
Go to quince.com/cult for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns.
That's QUINCE.com/cult to get free shipping and 365-day returns.
Quince.com/cult.
A true crime podcast.
It got me upset because this is someone's kid and someone knows she's gone.
That takes a different approach.
It was shocking for something like this to happen in our little town.
Focusing on the communities affected by life-shattering crimes.
It made news throughout the entire region that these two people had been shot while they slept in such a safe community.
To give a new perspective on the devastation crimes can cause.
It was shocking for something like this to happen in our little town.
Featuring cases from quiet towns to bustling cities and interviewing the people closest to the case.
My first thought was that it's an unusual location for us to have a homicide.
Listen to the true crime podcast City Confidential and step beyond the yellow tape to learn just how far a crime can reach.
There are certain cases in the history of Boston that I think sort of define the city. I think this is one of them.
New episodes of the City Confidential podcast are available every Thursday. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
But yeah, so I'm going to this breakup and it's rough. And I'm not always the best about talking about my feelings because I'm a rough and tough kitchen pirate. And conversations that are had in a kitchen aren't about your well-being. It's usually about some way you've abused yourself and still shown up to work. The conversations could be, oh man, I was up throwing up till 4 a.m. and I knew I had to get to work. So I just drank some coffee and had a cigarette and came out. Or, oh, I had walking pneumonia and I still went to work. So why aren't you going to work? And you don't want to be that person who tears apart the team by staying home because you're throwing up. You may start seeing your schedule dwindle down because you're now not reliable. So I never called off. That's the kind of care that our chefs, our leaders have for us. We are a commodity. And if you don't want to be replaced, you need to fall in line.
What's that smell, Tyler?
That's a fresh batch of cult soup right there.
I smell time and abuse.
I was in Mammoth for a total of 6 years. Well, 6 years and 2 boyfriends and 3 cats. But I met another guy who was a kitchen person. He was cute and he was dangerous and chaotic and toxic, but we're going to make this work. Spoiler, it did not work. It was all bad and it blew up and it was horrible. Now I'm devastated and alone again. So what do? I throw myself even deeper into work. I was not taking care of myself. I was working almost 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. That's all I wanted to do because I didn't have anything else. I am so devoted to this craft that I don't care. I was a kitchen person. That is how I can sum up who I was. I had no work-life balance. I had nothing. I didn't have a hobby. I have friends that I worked with, but I didn't have any outside friends. But that's okay because I was willing to sacrifice so much because all I wanted in the world was to be a chef. I wanted to be a chef so badly. I had zero intentions on having children. Why? Because female chefs don't have children. There's no maternity leave in a kitchen. And also, what am I going to look like pregnant in a kitchen? They're not going to take me seriously. Doing this is such a prideful thing. And that's why a lot of the terminology we use is very prison and military-esque. We were in the trenches. I've done my time and I've done a hard time for this. And that's just normal terminology. People that work daytime shifts or are out and about during the day, those are day walkers. We don't fit in with them. We are nighttime people. We don't know how to behave in public places. We don't know how to not cause a ruckus because we are rough and tough kitchen people. And that's just us. We're pirates, this ragtag team of rough people who have done their time in some way, shape, or form.
So what are your thoughts, listeners? Cute or pas cute? Cute or not cute?
While I was in Mammoth, finally, I was able to move to the fine dining restaurant. And there was this magical moment the day after I did my tasting. It was very impressive. And they said, you got the job. You're the sous chef. I finally made it. I finally made it where the boys are. I got to the kitchen the next day and I hooked my phone up to the speaker and I blasted This Is a Man's World by James Brown. And it was just this magical moment. Here I am, a short girl, here to ruin your little manhood. I'm the boss. All of my blood, sweat, tears, depression, panic attacks, anxiety, trips to the hospital because I was freaking out. It was worth it. It was so worth it. all of the things that they said that I would get, the glory, I got it. It's real. So I doubled down because they were right. Chef was right. And I became a big old angry bitch. Just the worst. Just totally tearing into people, humiliating people in front of their coworkers. And that was just how things work. All fine dining chefs kind of do that. So of course I'm going to be like them. Throwing a pan across a room gets your point across. So I'm going to do that. Yelling at someone, telling them that I understand you're working hard, but it's not hard enough. Maybe this isn't for you. I know that that really fucks with people because it fucked with me. I would work these boys so hard into the ground. I wanted them to feel so small. And I would do really messed up things for, keep them feeling weird and insecure. And I'll do everything you want. They're scared. Good. You should be. Because that's how we do good work. Right, Chef? Was I becoming the cult leader? Oh, kind of, I guess. Did it blow up in my face? Yes, but that's later on down the line.
We'll be right back.
Nous revenons tout de suite.
That's my cat. It's not a tapping on the door. It's a cat.
So up until now, Amber's love life hasn't quite
Unit207
been
stopped the podcast and now it restarted.
Which is French for to the point, which means cooked to the ideal degree of doneness. It's a term used in professional kitchens.
And part of that is because of her vacationing in Peru Skype breakup fuckboy, but I digress.
While I was in Mammoth, I met another guy. Met him on Tinder. He wasn't dangerous like my other bad boy. He's very boring. And he was skeptical about my schedule. And the scheduling was just crazy. I feel like we only saw each other at nighttime. But we were still able to build this really awesome relationship, the best relationship I've ever had in my life. So in Mammoth, COVID hits. And it was probably the most ideal place to be during COVID. And that was the first time in like 11 years that I had ever had time off work, ever. What does one do with months of free time? I started gardening and I was like touching dirt and spending time with nature. And my boyfriend is building things out of wood and we're drinking martinis at 9 a.m. And that is when I realized I feel like a chunk of me is missing. Aren't I supposed to have things I like? This is so strange, but I'm just going to keep planting these flowers. And I did. I planted flowers. It was great. Things started getting serious with this guy, and we saved up together.
And they picked up and moved to sunny Palm Springs, California, a mecca for dining. Give it to us, Tyler.
Indeed it is. And a wonderful town. In fact, in 2022, the tourism and hospitality industry generated a record $8.7 billion in total economic impact for the Palm Springs region, dining being a significant contributor.
Actually, 8 Palm Spring restaurants have been recognized in the Michelin Guide.
It also has 50,000 swimming pools, which means it has more pools per capita than anywhere else in the country.
The actor, Bob Hope, was once the mayor. I'm going to keep going.
Yes,
Tyler,
Liz,
I'm
finish.
not reading any more of your dumb facts. I hate your facts.
Continue. The actor Bob Hope was
Once the mayor, and his ghost is often seen wandering the golf courses in search of iced tea. Thank you for that non-truth, Tyler.
Welcome to Fact Town, Liz, which is not as gay as Palm Springs because Palm Springs is known as the gayest city in America. It's estimated that 30 to 50% of residents identify as LGBTQ, including my fantastic little brother. I went and visited. My film was in the Palm Springs Film Festival about a month ago. And I went and visited, and I went to his, he has a condo, and looking out the back was a pool, and sitting on the pool were just old people and gay people. It looked fantastic. It was fantastic.
This is just a big dumb story so Tyler can plug that he had a movie and a film festival.
You're starting to read me too well. You know, Liz, I gotta get my validation somewhere.
So Palm Springs, that's where we're going. A new restaurant opens and I'm able to get a job there. And it's a brand new restaurant. It is very fine dining, very upscale. The chef is like the golden boy of the desert. And I'm the sous chef of this place now. And I am helping to build this menu. They're winning Michelin stars. The owners are love bombing me. Oh my gosh, you're so amazing. We love you. These owners, they are extremely possessive in creating this them versus us mentality restaurant wide. We are the best. They are not. Don't become a they. Be a us, because we're family. And if you choose to go anywhere else, kiss your family goodbye. You know, the place is open, everything's great. And the owner jokingly suggests we all get tattoos for the restaurant of our slogan, which is XOXO. Me, I'm down because I'm a team player, damn it. And if everyone else is going to get a tattoo, I'm going to get a tattoo. At first, I thought that was just really cool. And then it wasn't until a coworker was like, isn't it weird that they all got brandings basically? And now they all have this mark of this place on them forever. Like, that's not weird to you? And of course, that's not weird to me because I'm devoted to the cause. By this point, that really boring guy that I was dating is now my husband. We got married at the courthouse, and I remember that I was barely able to take that day off. So months go by, the holiday season kicks in, and I am now at one of the lowest points that I have ever been in my culinary career. And I'm just always so high strung. I'm having horrible anxiety attacks. I don't have many people to talk to, and I am just running on fumes. My marriage is a little rocky. I am rocky. Everything is rocky. I didn't work this hard to be a monster. And that is exactly who I am right now. And I don't want that. I know that this isn't me. This isn't how I want to be. I can't be here anymore. But like, where else am I going to go? Because the owners have made sure to tell us that this is the prime location that anyone would want to work at. And so I was like, I will get through it. We'll be fine. Come January, we're good to go. January 12th rolls around. I was so sick. I can't not be at work. I have to be there. So I'm sick. I shuffle into work. I get called into the office. So I'm like, hey guys, am I getting a raise? And he's like, not exactly. We've decided to terminate your employment. And I remember chuckling because I didn't think he was serious. I'm like, what? And then that's when the GM chimes in and says, we've just gotten too many complaints from both front and back of house from you. And I've never been fired before. So this is now turning into a very traumatic event. I was completely lost. I had no schedule. I had no one to report to. I lost my family and I let my husband down. So I'm thinking, of course, he's amazing and perfect and supportive and is like, you are not letting anybody down. It was time for you to leave that place.
You hear that, Mr. Breakup on Skype? That's a supportive partner. Okay? Take notes, buddy.
So with the taste of her firing still on her tongue, she gets another job in the Palm Springs area.
Is still a restaurant. It's a breakfast joint, farm to table, I become the executive sous chef of that spot. Now my day starts at 6 a.m. It ends around 3, 4. I'm a day walker now. I'm able to make it to friends' events and gatherings. I get to eat dinner with my husband, not over a trash can. He cooks at home and he is great.
And then it all starts to dawn on her.
I had a slight panic attack the first time we went out for dinner on a Friday night because I am now on the other side of the coin. I'm supposed to be back there. I'm supposed to be with my kitchen crew, my family. I don't belong out here at the table. This is not where I'm supposed to be. The people who really understand me are behind that door. But I've also just been told that I don't belong there either. So I have like a huge identity crisis. I felt disposed of and thrown away. I was so lost. My anxiety picked up. My depression picked up. I get a therapist and it's rough because this is the first time I'm able to talk about like my identity crisis and talk about work and really realize how toxic some of the work environments I've been in and how conditioned I've been. And between medication and therapy, I was able to come out of this depression.
And eventually life turns a corner.
Just so you know, in professional kitchens, chefs and kitchen staff often yell corner to alert others that they are turning a corner.
Corner.
Especially when carrying hot pans, sharp knives, or heavy trays.
I have now, at this point, been out of the restaurant scene for about 1.5 years. I am a private chef working mostly in luxury short-term rentals. My client base is everything from celebrity rappers to rich families. By this time, I feel whole. The fitness coach and nutritionist that I'm working with, they specifically work with chefs because they understand the lifestyle. They understand the mental shit that we deal with. I have learned that I can still be a passionate chef and not give my all to it. I don't have to give all of me. I am just a private chef and I am living my best life. I have a work-life balance and it's going real great.
And then one fine day,
I get this DM and they're like, hey, I am a casting agent and I'm currently casting for a very popular cooking competition. We'll call it Purgatory Restaurant, season 23. And we are looking at your Instagram and we'd love to interview you. Are you interested? I have never seen this show before. I don't know what to expect. I know the chef is known for yelling and screaming and possibly calling people idiot sandwiches.
So Amber flies out to the filming area, which is in Connecticut. She gets interviewed and finds herself cast on the show.
Get it, Amber.
We're on set, and I am back in a kitchen. I am back on a line. I am back in a brigade. There's pots boiling, there's fryers going, there's oven fans going, there's a chef screaming at me, there's the pressure, there's the adrenaline. I freeze. I haven't had this in a very long time. The whole point of this show is to see who's going to crack. So this show, you are not taken care of in a way that promotes you to do your best. They want you to be hungry. They want you to be dehydrated. They want you to be irritated. They want you to be uncomfortable and tired because that makes good TV. This is something that a lot of chefs are used to. But it's been so long for me that I am not used to this. I've been working in luxury kitchens for 1.5 years. I'm like a little crunchy granola private chef now, not a monster pounding Marlboro Red 100 smoking person anymore. And all of those old feelings were coming back. This sacrifice for the greater good feeling had just been stagnant and was now, boom, out in the front. We're back. I did not like that. I did not like that at all. It really caught me off guard, and seeing all of my fellow chefs experiencing this and just okay with it. And I saw myself in them and knew, I gotta go. I gotta go. This is not for me. I had a very early exit from Purgatory Restaurant, but I left feeling that I had let my husband down. My family and friends back home were rooting for me, and that feeling of disappointing the chef was there again. It wasn't until I called my husband, who was hanging out with our friends, to tell him. He was like, "Oh, well, I'm so really proud of you. You were on a show. That's so exciting." And he's like, "Hey guys, Amber's coming home again." And I just hear people cheering for me and saying all these nice things. And I'm like, so I'm not an idiot sandwich? I'm like, this is great. I thought I was going to get kicked while I was down because I'm just so used to that. And that was really when I was like, I can't, for my health, go back to the restaurant setting. It is not my ministry anymore. And that whole saying of like, oh, you know, some people weren't built for the kitchen. I wasn't built for the kitchen. I was built to have a long, happy, healthy life. So I am now okay and have made peace with not being built for the kitchen. That is okay with me. I am just a private chef.
Yes, chef, you are. And no, you're not just a private chef. You're a damn fine one. Right, Tyler?
Yes, chef.
Feels good. I mean, it still feels good.
Yes, chef.
Can we carry this over into our next episode?
Yes, chef.
Still feels good. I am in therapy. I'm taking my meds. I'm taking my vitamins. I'm not drinking as much as I used to. I got a work-life balance. I go out for dinner without feeling guilty. I have friends. I have hobbies. I do breath work. I do all of that stuff to take care of me because I realized that once I wasn't of use to these kitchens anymore, I indeed was disposable.
You just
but
needed some frisky
I had to
seasoned
be
temptations.
indispensable to
A
myself.
couple headbutts.
And that's what's important.
Being a chef isn't just about following a recipe. It's about trial and error, burning the crust, over salting the broth, toughening the meat before learning to tenderize it.
At some point, you realize cooking isn't about suffering. It's about balance. Knowing when to add more salt and when to let the flavors speak for themselves. When to rest the dough instead of overwork it.
Amber spent years in kitchens where fire wasn't just under the pan, but all around her. She burned, she blistered, she hardened until she saw the truth. A dish can't shine if it's been scorched beyond recognition, and a chef is only as good as the care they put into themselves.
So she changed the recipe. She turned down the flame. She plated her own life with ingredients she chose at a pace that let her savor every bite. Because in the end, cooking isn't about how much you endure. It's about what you create.
And with that, Amber has one more thing to say.
So now I'm nice. If any of the people I was mean to is listening to this, I'm sorry, guys. I was going through it. And apologies. And hit me up if you want to scream at me.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you so much. We loved having you on the show. When I'm in Palm Springs next, I must somehow get your food in my belly.
It's figurative, right? No, it's literal.
I literally want her food inside of me.
Amber has a lovely Instagram with some beautiful pictures of her food. She is a delight. We will share her Instagram in the show notes. Before we go, I have one more thing to say. Why are we supporting that previously referenced show? I mean, there are 23 seasons of a loudmouth losing his temper, yelling, berating, and belittling his employees as though it's just a normal day at work.
I hear it's like an act, that he's a nice guy.
That's even worse then, because he's just putting on a facade to be a jerk, showing that you need to be a jerk in order to get good performance
out of your employees, and it's part of the toxic mentality of America's workforce politics.
I'll take more of that Great British Bake Off, please. I like cakes. Call them classic cakes. That's our show, everybody. Thank you. Next week, it's going to get extraterrestrial up in here, guys.
And he explained that water is a natural conductor of electricity. And because he's a holy guide of the Raelians, which is their priests, he was going to dip his hands in the water and put his hands on each of our heads to transmit our DNA information to the Elohim mothership. And the Elohim are the aliens who created us, and then they split.
Big thank you to our newest Patreon members. If you want ad-free episodes of this show, join our membership. In fact, I sent some nice goodies to our newest Patreon members, as I promised I would last week. So it really helps us support this show. You have no idea. Thank you. Really, thank you.
What's Anna Called is written, hosted, and produced by me, Chef Koozie.
Yes, Chef. And me, the sous chef, Misum.
Sound design and edit by the Kitchen Pirates, Rivera.
And our assistant editor is the line cook, Greta Stromquist.
And of course, our executive producer, the general manager of this sinking ship, Mr. Stephen Labram. Mr. Stephen Labram. Until next week, au revoir.
We are looking at how to say goodbye in French. In France, we say it as au. That's the first word. AU comes down to the sound O. Au revoir. Au revoir.
This theme song fucking sucks. I think that every time I hear it too, I'm always like, I hate this.
Corner!
Are you looking for your next case? Pluto TV has all your favorite crime dramas streaming for free.
You're gonna need some backup.
Which means suspense is free.
Very cool.
Watch CSI New York, Criminal Minds, Blue Bloods, Tracker, FBI, and SWAT all for free.
You can't outrun this.
Someone's gonna pay for all this crime. But it's not gonna be you.
Take care of business, fellas.
Watch all the cases, all for free, from all your favorite devices.
We got you.
Feel the free. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Google
At first, there
jacuzzi.
wasn't
You guys are dumb as
special
fuck.
about the morning in
Dumb as
1960. As
Even the
always,
whistleblowers. Google
14-year-old
jacuzzi.
Bill Murray arrived at his
Nasty, man.
Baltimore,
I would
Maryland
never
middle
get in your
school.
jacuzzi.
And as always, Bill and his classmates began their day by reciting Bible passages. By this point, Bill
I'll be
was
in the
used to going through
sauna
the motions
holding
of prayer. But the
antibacterial
truth
spray to
was
spray
that
you guys
he
in the
was an
face with if you try and
atheist.
come out.
His
That's
whole
what I'd
family
do.
was.
Google jacuzzi.
Normally, Bill
Who
had
thought
no
of that?
trouble playing along.
Extra
Today,
jackass.
something felt
Extra.
different.
It's a
He looked
jackass
around
with
at his
jackass
classmates,
sprinkles.
quietly chanting in unison, and felt the crushing weight of hypocrisy. It didn't feel
You're
fair
not
that
funny.
he was forced to take
Google
part in a
jacuzzi.
practice that he didn't believe
It's a
in.
little funny.
And he knew it. So Bill refused to pray.
His classmates
It's funny
immediately noticed
to those
his
of us who
act
are
of
going to
rebellion.
prison
Then,
and are
his
instead getting
teacher,
paid. It's a little bit
Bill
funny.
was sent to the principal's office to be punished. The students
The question
laughed
is the person who
mean-spiritedly
titled that
as he
when
slunk
people go
out
to
of the
prison?
classroom.
When he came home after school
Google
that day,
jacuzzi.
the usually gregarious teen was unmistakably distraught. His mother,
You've
a warning. A warning.
So let's go to side B of this great vinyl release. It starts with a butter advertisement. Can you tell me about that?
Well, the tanning butter. It's Tanya tanning butter, which it's even amazing that it's legal to sell this because it's not suntan lotion to protect you from the ultraviolet rays. It's like none of that crap is getting in the way. So it's like you're just putting butter on your skin and standing in front of the sun, and it's just soaking up all the rays. So you're getting all the cancer, you're getting everything.
So no one who actually bought the product is alive.
Probably not.
You needed to remind them of its existence.
Yeah. And I mean, they literally describe it as if like the way you would put butter on a steak and throw it on a barbecue grill. So they have long coffee now, and Tanya was a very important sponsor apparently to KHJ, because I literally had every DJ do their own version of the Tanya spot. They all had more or less the same copy, but they all read it differently. And they all joked around with it and monkeyed around with it and made fun of it a little bit. And then they played the groovin' Tanya song, which is terrific. It's a great vocal by that gal, and I loved it. So that's why it's on there.
And then we get to two tracks that are very interesting because Paul Revere and the Raiders have never been as cool as they are going to be the weekend this movie comes out.
You're going to be
And
latched on the
I
new
wondered
latch on
if,
the
because
Spidey
I've always
butt.
thought a great rock band,
Me too.
and massive band, and yet
Look at
one
this,
that
your
just
whole
in the
right
way
butt
that
cheek is
rock history gets written and the tastemakers who
pulled,
make
like,
it.
it's not
Sometimes
bald, you
people
have,
don't
like,
realize
white
that
puff
Mark Lindsay, one of the great rock
It's not
vocalists,
great.
I agree.
still,
Absolutely.
only white
still
puff
sounds
fluff.
great. And one thing I wondered is in using them, they're pretty featured very prominently in this movie.
Well, they're the people that kind of are given the tribute. They're given tribute spot. All right, it's not radio. There's no second thing removed. We are playing 2 in a row, no less. We are playing Paul Revere and the Raiders.
You got Good Thing and you got Hungry here.
Yeah.
One thing I wondered is, are you in playing them very prominently in there? In my mind, it's almost like your two stars, who are fantastic. They, to me, represent maybe that interesting moment, and this movie represents that moment when people are trying to make a transition into from the old order, the old world to the new order. And I wonder if part of what's going on is they are Paul Revere and the Raiders guys in what is about to become like a much more
You don't need to be licking it. You soften up.
velvet fudge universe.
Yeah.
That, like, as the world's getting trippier, weirder, that is that sort of part of the musical tension.
There's an interesting dichotomy between what's going on here. There's one, it's the fact that, okay, if you're 6 or 7 years old and you're watching a lot of television and you're just getting into pop music and you're 6 and 7 years old in 68, 69, you're going to know who the Beatles are. You're going to know who Elvis Presley is. But if there's going to be two bands that you kind of like really know, it's going to be the Monkees because you watch the show. And they're great. Yeah. And it's going to be Paul Revere and the Raiders. Paul Revere and the Raiders were on TV even more than the Monkees. They were all hooked up with Dick Clark. So they were always on American Bandstand. They were always on Hullabaloo. I mean, all those shows I talked about. They did Hullabaloo. They did the Ed Sullivan. They did Smothers Brothers. They did all those. They did all the variety shows on TV. But they did all the Dick Clark shows. They, It's Happening is their show.
Right.
Mark Lindsay and Paul Revere host it. But then there's like Where the Action Is, and they'll have whole Paul Revere and the Raiders episodes of Where the Action Is. And so with their silly Revolutionary War outfits, and then they were jokers, always kind of clowning around and being funny. Of course, a 6 or 7 year old, to me, they were huge. And if you lived in Los Angeles and your way of knowing what popular music was from watching television, then they were huge. The Beatles weren't doing TV that much anymore. They were too cool for that. But Paul Revere and the Raiders were on TV constantly. So from a perspective of growing up and knowing who they were at that time, yeah, Paul Revere and the Raiders and the Monkees, they were a match set. And like you said, two of the greatest, unrecognized or underappreciated rock vocalists in history is Mickey Dolenz and Mark Lindsay.
We mentioned the Box Top Choo Choo Train is on here. Yeah. Again, one that people will discover.
I could have put 3 Box Top songs that never hit their two nationwide hits. I loved Sweet Cream Lady's Forward March so much. Unfortunately, I couldn't put it in because every place I would put it in is like it would be too on the money.
Right.
Like I thought about putting it in when like the Manson girls are walking in front of the car. No, but that's just too obvious. All right, might as well play the baby elephant walk. All right, as they do their walk. So it was just too on the money. But I love Choo Choo Train. And I love Alex Chilton's voice.
Did you follow Alex Chilton? Because what's one thing always been interesting is he sounded at 17, 18 like an old soul man.
Yeah.
His voice didn't quite stay. It changed later for Big Star and
Well, wasn't so familiar with Big Star. I just wasn't until this last couple of weeks that I got a Big Star album to listen to it, just so I could hear what Alex Chilton sounds like.
So then we get to Jenny Take a Ride by Mitch Ryder. Another, you got a fair amount of Detroit energy.
Yes, I do. Yeah, it worked out that way. And that's literally, I have the CC and Company soundtrack that has both Mitch Ryder's Jenny Take a Ride, and then on the opposite side, it has Wayne Cochran's Can't Turn You Loose,
which is also fantastic.
It is one piece albino guy, all right, just like rocking.
Between he and Roy Head.
Very much. It almost made the soundtrack. Okay, that album is a terrific soundtrack album, and so we use it in the movie because Sharon goes to movies, and it includes both of those pieces of music in the opening. I mean, in the coming attraction trailer, and so I just like the idea that she's in Westwood, she goes to the theater, it's all kind of calm and normal, but then you walk into the movie theater and like a disco is going on, and it's Mitch Ryder.
Oh, it rocks.
Singing Jenny, Jenny, Jenny. And so I like the atmosphere that brought to the movie, and so I thought that and since I had this, I had it literally from that soundtrack. I had the soundtrack, so I thought I would put it on my.
We mentioned Deep Purple. You have Kentucky Woman here on side B. Another early classic, Neil. You are actually eventually. I hope you keep going past 10 movies because eventually you'll get every one of Neil Diamond's Bang recordings. Will be covered or featured.
Nothing would make me happier.
The next track is another kind of revelation to me because the Circle Game, as a Joni Mitchell fan, people know it's an early classic.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of admit I didn't quite ever listen to the Buffy St. Marie version, which is featured on the album and in the film. And then I learned a little history as a result, which is when that became a hit, Elliot Roberts, the famous rock manager of LA, who passed away just a few days ago, he was Buffy St. Marie's manager. And apparently that's how he decided, I better sign up this songwriter who did the Circle Game.
Oh,
and
wow.
that's part of the reason Joni Mitchell's whole career exploded was Elliot took her on after wanting to get both sides of the publishing deal probably on the Circle Game.
Well, you see, I've always known her version more than the Joni Mitchell version because her version was the theme to the movie The Strawberry Statement.
Right.
And I'm a huge fan of The Strawberry Statement. And I think it's directed by Stuart Hagman. It's one of the great campus radical movies, the truth movie. And so I'm a huge fan of that. So I always know it as the theme to that.
Treat Her Right. Yeah. Let's start side A on the vinyl. Side A, Treat Her Right. Roy Head, one of the interesting things about Roy Head, it made me think, there's a description used to be very popular of calling people blue-eyed soul.
Yeah.
And I realized you were a very blue-eyed soulful filmmaker.
Yeah.
You are, you're like, you're like Felix Cavallari of the Rascals as a filmmaker. You really can pull it off soulfully.
Thank you.
But tell me about that track.
It's one of the biggest placements in the movie. It's one of the. Hello, everybody. It's Quentin Tarantino.
Okay, I don't know what Unit207 did, but they made my forward
soundtrack album
button rewind.
In Hollywood. So sit back and listen as I talk with David Watt.
Next, we'll get to side C, Boss Radio, and you're featuring the real Don Steele.
This is the one. Yeah, well, this is the section where I broke the format of the album just a little bit. Where normally, for whatever reason, you try to the songs are in the first half hour should be in the first quarter of the record, and work your way down to the way they play, the way they appear in the movie. But in this instance, if I'm going to incorporate the DJ stuff, I wanted to keep it so all the Don Steele stuff is together with him, and all the Humble Heart stuff is together with him. And And the Don Steele stuff is the best. And he literally was the most popular DJ in America at that time. And both all the commercials worked really good in his stuff. And so this was the closest I came this side of giving you a full taste of KHJ from beginning to end, with about 3 songs played in their entirety and a bunch of commercials and all the DJ intros and outros. Yeah, so this is our professionally productionized version of that 3-hour cassette tape,
right,
that I walked around with for about a year.
And you gain like a love. You were DJ, but you have a love now. Having spent all those hours listening to these guys, you love these guys who brought us the music.
Oh,
B equals X.
Suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. You aren't here in search of that $20 strawberry, are you? Great to see you, friend. Come this way. This is not the grandest piece in the collection. No, not gilded, adorned with jewels, nor is it a relic of some forgotten dynasty. However, I assure you, this black balaclava is no ordinary scrap of wool and thread. This one carries a story. As you know, the items in here do not simply rest on the shelves. They wait. Something still lingers in these fibers. Maybe it's the absence of something altogether. The items in here do not simply rest on the shelves. They wait. Something still lingers in these fibers. Maybe it's the absence of something altogether.
B equals X.
Suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. You are adherents.
Unit 207 is doing something to the Lenovo ThinkPad. It started making a loud sound, so I just ended all the tasks on the HP laptop and the sound went away. Now I'm resuming the podcast.
B equals
I'm hearing the sound again.
Suddenly there came a
whatever
tapping,
it is, it'll be used in their
as
prosecution.
of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. You aren't here in search of that $20 strawberry, are you? Great to see you, friend. Come this way. This is not the grandest piece in the collection. No, not gilded, adorned with jewels, nor is it a relic of some forgotten dynasty. However, I assure you, this black balaclava is no ordinary scrap of wool and thread. This one carries a story. As you know, the items in here do not simply rest on the shelves. They wait. Something still lingers in these fibers. Maybe it's the absence of something altogether. The nothing that draws you in. That's it. Closer still. For this one I call Mary's Room. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Tammy D.C., Samantha Jeffcoat, Maya White, Goji Kun, Stark Raving Lynn, Britta Stina, Dassy Lowe, Dino Guts, and Jacob Taylor. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings-on.
Mary was born in a black and white room, and scientists didn't let her see colors until she turned 18. She saw something we didn't. Mary's room, also known as the knowledge argument, is a philosophical concept concerning a hypothetical woman named Mary who has never seen color. She has only ever existed in a black and white room. Mary studies the world through books and a monochromatic television screen. She reads about colors, but she does not experience them visually. Can the universe be
Unit
fully
207 is
understood
preventing
in
Gmail from
purely
loading because they're
physical
actively
terms?
attempting to hack it, showing
The
their
answer
intention
differs
and
depending
deliberation,
on
even
whether
though they're
one
already
believes
hacked
that we
into
know the
it.
fundamental truths about reality a priori, without experience, or a posteriori, with experience. In other words, will Mary learn anything about color when she leaves the black and white room. It was supposed to be a thought experiment. Nobody was supposed to actually do it. However, in 2007, a group of researchers sought to answer that question, and the experiment they conducted would have been condemned by boards of ethics across the globe, but these were not ethical scientists, and this was no ethical organization. I would have decried its actions back then. This wasn't why I joined the agency. But I was afraid. After all, they were willing to put an innocent baby in a colourless prison cell, doomed to grow up in near solitary confinement, save for a nurse dubbed Nanny. What would they have done to a whistleblower? I don't know how they found the baby, and I don't want to know. Whether a parent willingly gave her up, or one of the scientists intentionally bred her for the experiment, the result remains the same. A baby, named Mary, in honour of the philosophical concept which inspired the horrifying experiment, was placed in a white, windowless, foam-padded cell. She was blindfolded whenever her nurse entered the room to provide food, formula, and fresh clothes. Always the same black onesie with coverings like mittens and socks to cover her hands and feet. She was also made to wear a facial covering akin to a balaclava, which covered her face. There was no mouth slit to avoid her seeing the colour of her lips, and she wore black contacts in her eyes. Equally, Nanny wore exactly the same attire every time she entered the room. To put it simply, Mary's daily outfit was horrid. Barely any more humane than a straitjacket and a bag over the head. There was no room for error. Mary was watched by at least one person at all hours of the day and night. Should she get curious and try to sneak a peek at the colour of her skin or eyes, she would receive 100 volts in the collar attached to her neck. But more terrifying than that was the simple fact that Mary was well-trained. So well-trained that she never, in her 18 years of imprisonment, even attempted to take a peek at her skin. She was such a willing prisoner, having never known anything else, that I think she would have stayed in her room even if the door had been standing ajar. This initially seemed excessive, given that copious measures had been taken to ensure no reflective surfaces would be allowed within the room. Even the television monitor was fitted with an anti-glare screen. However, scientists were paranoid that Mary might somehow catch a glimpse of her green eyes. Even seeing her pale, peach-coloured skin would have dirtied the results of the experiment. Black and white, those were the only shades that Mary was permitted to see. And when Mary started walking and talking, Nanny stopped entering the room entirely. Fresh food and clothes were delivered through a horizontal slit in the steel door, and Mary was always instructed to wear a blindfold before changing or using the bathroom, which comprised of a white porcelain toilet and a black showerhead fixed to the foam wall. Revoltingly, both were exposed in that titchy room of hers. Her entire world was a box, stretching a mere 4 meters across all 3 dimensions. I wanted to save her numerous times over the years, wanted to leave that horrid place behind. But I'm a coward. Besides, we wouldn't have got far. There is no running from these people. And the agency isn't even the greatest horror of this story. Mary's 18th birthday, Dr. Robson delivered a thrilling message over the speaker.
Happy birthday, Mary.
Thank you. Will there be chocolate cake this year? I wasn't fond of the lemon last year, you see.
Today we'll be celebrating in a different way. Mary, do you know your age?
I'm 18. Does that mean?
Yes, Mary. Today, you leave the room.
I'll see color?
Any sane and well-developed human in the outside world would have simply been glad to have freedom. But Mary had no concept of freedom, no concept of a prison. She had no understanding that this childhood had been abnormal. Worse than abnormal. Inhuman. To keep Mary compliant, her schooling had been rigid, with books that purposely omitted any dangerous ideas. The result of that, a girl relishing at the opportunity to not escape from her prison, but to simply see colour.
Yes, Mary. You will see color. Nanny is already on her way to fetch you.
We watched live footage filmed on a closed-circuit camera from our operational room.
Pardon the interruption. And how unfortunate. Just when things were beginning to unfold for our dear Mary. It appears a consignor is out back that I must tend to. Tell you what, let me go take care of things. And I'll be right back. Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
Trevor, buddy, hey, hope everything's going well with you over at the antiquarium. Sorry, it's been a hot minute since I've reached out. I've been cleaning up a couple messes. One of them is, including the Queen's candelabra. You guys really need to vet the people that you sell these things to just a little bit better. Makes my job a little bit difficult when you don't. Anyways, I got kind of a funny one for you today. Came across a bed sheet, with the eyes cut out, like one of those old school ghost costumes. Now the thing is, when you put this thing on, you literally think that you're a ghost. You'll walk around and you'll go, "Ooh, I'm a ghost. You can't see me because I'm a ghost." And that's all you'll say as you walk around the room, grabbing books and moving them around, thinking that nobody can see you. But in reality, everybody can see what you're doing. They can even touch you if they want to. Anyways, one of the added benefits to wearing this thing is, if you want to, you can move through objects like a ghost. Now, it's a benefit and kind of a curse, because the reason I came across this thing is the kid was wearing it, and he was walking around his house, and it was half all when the sheet kind of got stuck on an exposed nail in the living room, and it pulled off of him when he was halfway through the drywall, and he got stuck in the wall. The kid's fine. The parents were freaking out. They had to call the fire department to cut off the drywall and everything. But like I said, it's kind of an odd one. Anyways, I got it folded up in the back seat of my car. Give me a call. You know the number. Hope I'll talk to you later, man. Take care.
End of messages.
You certainly do perpetuate the darkness. Your name was not only written on the package, It was madly scrawled across it, maybe hundreds of times. There ain't a spare place on the thing. Another treasure for another time. For now, let's get back to the matter at hand and catch up with Mary, shall we?
Yes, Mary. You will see color. Nanny is already on her way to fetch you.
We watched live footage filmed on a closed-circuit camera from our operational room. Nanny unlocked the weighty entrance to Mary's room, and we all waited with bated breath. Waited as Nanny aided Mary in removing her black headgear. I heard Mary giggling giddily and unnervingly as the bag was removed from her head and the contacts were removed from her eyes. And then, as her first experience with a colour other than black or white, Nanny removed her own black outfit to reveal a striking red dress beneath.
Oh.
What are you experiencing? Is it new? Does it feel like...
I knew it. This is why you did the experiment, isn't it?
Does this feel like a new experience, Mary?
Robson asked with a hint of impatience, seemingly oblivious to Nanny's discomfort. It was plainly clear to me, even through the grainy camera footage.
Yes. But I've been waiting for it.
Yes, I know that, Mary. But so have I. Tell me about it. Tell me about the red. How does it feel to experience true color for the first time? We're seeing some interesting brain activity on the screen here, but your words would really help us
I'm not talking about the red.
And then she jabbed an accusatory finger at Nanny's dress in a way that frightened me. Certainly frightened Nanny, who jumped backwards.
I'm talking about that. I knew there was something you were leaving out of the books and TV shows over the years.
What are you saying, Mary? I don't understand. Red. You're looking at red.
Red. And the second color. The color you didn't describe in the books. None of the adjectives you've used describe this one. Red is just as stark, powerful, and passionate as described. The color blue of Nanny's eyes is as soothing and tender as described. But this other color on her dress is just...
What other color? It's just red, Mary.
Right here!
She lunged forwards and prodded Nanny in the abdomen. The woman in the red dress jumped backwards, clutching her stomach, and then Mary's eyes went wide.
What? Mary, please tell us what you're seeing.
What I saw,
she whispered, moving her finger up to Nanny's face.
It moved up there, and now it's gone.
Please describe this other color to us, Mary.
As he put an image up on Mary's television set.
Which one of those is it?
Mary's eyes shot to the television screen and quickly scanned the 12 main colors.
It's not one of those. Not a different shade of one of those. It's a different color.
There are 10 million possible permutations of colors, Mary. Perhaps you just...
No, Dr. Robson, the girl interrupted. panting heavily as her eyes darted back to Nanny's face, studying it.
I understand how shades work. The shade of blue on the screen differs from the color of Nanny's eyes, but that other color, it wasn't included on the screen. It was...
Mary stopped, and her eyes widened.
I'm sorry. That's okay, Mary. I know you didn't mean to. Not you.
Before leaning forwards and trying to look into Nanny's mouth.
I'm sorry I saw you.
Mary, you're not making any sense. I think we've done enough for today. We'll do more tomorrow, so...
I wasn't supposed to see it.
Mary moaned, shooting backwards, clunking into the foam wall, then seizing clumps of her straggly hair.
Oh, God. Why don't you see it? It's... Annie. It's in you.
Nanny looked up at the camera.
I'd like to step outside now, Dr. Robson.
Dr. Robson sighed, then pinched the bridge of his nose between two fingers.
Fine, Nanny.
Nanny had already spun on her heel to leave. She would have done so regardless of whether Robson gave her permission, as Mary was clearly disturbing her. But she barely took one step before her body fixed itself to the floor. And then Nanny juddered like a fleshy bobblehead. I was overcome by a warm sensation across my skin, and moments later there came a thunderous explosion. Skin flew into the walls from a red eruption of dress fragments, blood and guts. Nanny had spontaneously imploded. Screams filled the operating room. Some fled, some fainted, and others simply froze. I don't know whether any of them noticed it. Noticed Mary clawing out her eyes, leaving streaks of blood and tears across her cheeks as, mere minutes after seeing colour for the first time, she ensured that she would never see anything else ever again.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I wasn't allowed.
As I saw a trail of blood run from Nanny's destructed corpse towards the front door, clearly painted by something unseen, a deep dread filled my chest. I realized that my fleeing colleagues had the right idea, so I followed, fled in fear, leaving Dr. Robson and my frozen co-workers behind.
Oh, thank you.
I don't remember leaving the building, getting in my car and going home. But I must have done those things, otherwise I wouldn't be here for all of you.
Is that a pity? Is that a pity hold?
It's been 4 hours. 4 hours since Mary saw colour for the first time. Saw a colour that none of us saw.
Yeah, the color
was
somebody
it?
turns apparently before they spontaneously.
Why
combust.
could only
That was an
Mary
interesting
see
one.
it?
ABRXXSTPECLMHIERHWIO.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. If you've got an artifact with mysterious properties, perhaps it's accompanied by a history of bizarre and disturbing circumstances, maybe you'd be interested in dropping it and its story by the shop to share with other customers. please reach out to antiquariumshop@gmail.com. A member of our team will be in touch. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes.
Hello, and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm your host, Shelby Novak, and I'm here to read you a couple of bedtime stories. Before we begin, I just wanted to remind you to go listen to the Bloody Disgusting podcast, where I am now a permanent co-host. We released a bonus episode today, actually, where I interviewed Chris Jericho. So if you're a fan of wrestling or a fan of his new horror movie career, please go check that out. Video of the whole interview is also available on Spotify if you want to see his face or mine or both. But the audio is available everywhere you can get your podcasts. For the regular episode this week, we did a deep dive on the horror comedy Club Dread.